colour loaf this week. There's never daytime on this map. Well, that's about as close as you get. Even that's not great. So, I know I've not got many contracts. I've got that one, helping the fishermen. We're all done on that, and we're all done on that. So if I go global map, yeah, all three of them are ticked. So whatever helping the fishermen is then, you don't need to do that, out of curiosity. Oh, I suppose it's my mod playthrough actually. Still got something to do on the original maps. I've still got half the upgraded to go and get and all sorts, but again, it's the my mod playthrough, so on my normal one. Although I know I've still got various contracts to finish, even on the my normal playthrough. So if I've only got one contract, and that's a race. Where is that? Might go and check that out with the old loaf. Yeah, I might have to do a lap of the maps and go and see what missions we've got left. Rubber by Choice, morning. How's it going, dude? Thanks for joining us for the old stream. Rob Tobbs, I'm here early tonight. I hope you had a wonderful holiday. Yeah, it's been pretty good, thanks, dude. Again, went by kind of in the blink of an eye because I'm kind of the opposite time to everyone else, so I ended up just kind of staying up Christmas Eve through till Christmas, and then nearly through till Boxing Day, and then I kind of slept on and off, all out of whack for the next few days, really, like here and there. Yeah, and then next thing I know, it was like Friday yesterday, and that was it. Still feels like the day after Christmas to me. Oh, there's a mission. While I'm passing. Generator. What? I've already got one. Oh, was he supposed to... I maybe just went and got one and brought one here. Wasn't there some other mission where it made me take a generator? But I took my own and then it was being a dick and made me go and fetch the proper one. Oh yeah, that's what I was supposed to do. Robert Loja, good evening, Wolf, sir. How's it going, dude? Good to have you join us for the old stream. Power generator. I was just curious if... Oh, so it does have... It's like, if I gotta go and get that one then, I suppose at least that one still works as far as, like, using the warehouse. Obviously there is a specific one. I'll go and get that at some point then. I want to go and check this. What they called? Contests? Robert Loja, I dropped a bridge at that large crack there. That's what she said. Is that, yeah, like the big thing in the road? Like, again, they need to add that bridge layer mod really, like as just a normal vehicle in the game, because yeah, a bridge layer mod actually does suit this game rather well, particularly on this map, because like, well, there's that, yeah, broken bit of road there. But then going along this road alone, there's like 3 or 4 places that you could use one, really. Like I say, there was one bit that I kind of winged it with a ramped flatbed. Rumblager, it works, although I'm noticing it gets caught on tyres and moves them from time to time. Not perfect, though effective. Yeah, that ramped flatbed thing I use as well, it's a little bit iffy, particularly a lot of the trucks I kind of go over that bridge, or bridge that I made. The trucks are normally wider than the ramped flatbed, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but I imagine that the bridge mod thing is probably on the narrower side, probably like the width of a trailer or something, which, yeah, some of the bigger vehicles are not too keen on it. think it was a 605R. I went over it. I kind of, yeah, went over on 2 wheels. It made it though. What was it? Oh yeah, I think it was that plane I was towing. I think I just put my foot down and made the jump, and it actually worked. Mark Rowe, hey Mr. Wolf, hope you're well and had a nice Xmas. Yeah, it wasn't too bad, cheers dude. And yeah, good to see you popping into the old stream. I did see you comment just before I got on it here. So yeah, nothing too crazy in the way of new mods or anything, but yeah, cheers for letting us know, because it saves me trying to figure it out. Do you know what, at some point I wasn't even pulling on that winch. Loaf drove himself out with pure horsepower. Is that 5 minutes, 6 minutes, and over 6 minutes? Let's see, I imagine we are in a goddamn professional, so probably a gold. I can drive in a straight line. Beast. A bit of a drift on there. I think I'm taking the longer route by driving like a snake. I'm going next. Yeah, I definitely should have drawn some waypoint. We'll still bag a gold, no problem. He's a springy little horse, I'll give him that way. This is how scouts should handle. I think this is about right for the game. Like, this is how I want to see scouts moving through mud. Justin Lynch, hello, how's it going, dude? Good to have you joined us. I just hit a tree as I was reading that. Skin the barrel. I'm just saying that, can you get stage completed out of the way so I can actually see where I'm going? There's some game I played the other week as well. And something comes up in the middle of the screen. I can't remember what, it's probably Call of Duty or something where it's like every time you do something, yeah, brings it up right in the middle of the screen where you're trying to look. I think we're going the right way. Ah, well, I'd imagine even on normal trucks, getting 5 minutes should be pretty easy with this contest. Unless there's a load more waypoints after this, but it seems like it's going back to the beginning. That barricade. Loaf is unstoppable. Jamie Hayes, morning. How's it going, dude? Good to have you join us. It'll nearly be morning here. Is it the 31st now as well? Yeah, now last day. Last day in 2023. Well, it is, technically, but I'm kind of, to me, I'm still going to go bed and then get up at some point. And it'll still be the 31st. Has anyone got any major plans for tomorrow? Or, to be honest, since I was about 20... 22, 24 maybe at a push. I don't even think I've barely like acknowledged New Year's. Not, well, I'm not anti or anything like that. I just don't think I've really done anything to do with New Year for quite a while now. I think because one... Are we going this way? Yeah, I don't really drink that often, but again, there's definitely exceptions. And then, yeah, I suppose more that it's kind of like dinner time to me. When everyone's celebrating and getting drunk, everyone's hammered by like 1, 2 in the morning. And that's just like, yeah, it's like mid-afternoon to me. Oh, we did do the competition. I was just looking, I thought we had to go over there then. 3:24, you know, while I'm yapping away and then have one more go. Yeah, I think this mission will be pretty easy, even with the normal vanilla trucks. Something like a Taiga. I reckon you can get sub 3 minutes. I think if I actually paid attention and drove properly. I could probably get this loaf in under 3 minutes, but it's the paying attention and driving properly part that I might struggle with. I'm used to this much speed in this game. It was one of the original reasons I did like the low flow, because driving along like now, admittedly, it's a little bit on the springy side at the minute, but it has got like extra tool suspension. But yeah, it's very planted when you're driving along. A lot of the original trucks, I think they have kind of fixed the steering overall in the game these days, but certainly back in the day, everything needed like some kind of steering correction every half a second, whereas the Loaf didn't. Do some one-handed rally special driving and it would be fine. Steer off the side then. Loving it. The best way to hop over here. Not there. Feel that one. It's a terrace barricade, a fat drift on it. Probably cost me a few seconds. Oh yeah, I was going for sub 3 minutes. Probably a push with a good run on this, you could probably get sub 2, maybe. I can't remember actually how many more markers I've got to go. I don't know, sub 2 would probably be pushing it a bit. Yeah, like these are the bits of the road where makeshift bridges would actually be pretty handy. Saving cogs every time. Oh no, it's going to be close. Sub 3 minute out. Oh, I made it. Goddamn horse. Let's dive off the diving board. Oh yeah, we're off to get a generator. I knew we needed something on this side of the river. Is the winch working? Oh, probably because I didn't get rid of that contest sign. Loaf is a trained professional, like. Don't try this at home. Unless you've got a loaf. And then you can try everything. And there's lies. Our loaf does not stall. Alright, maybe he does. Not anymore. Oh, that's where it wants. Does it take the generator? I want to go that way. Loaf. It's a rock climbing machine. It is actually genuinely one of the best vehicles in the game for climbing over rocks. Don't know how he manages it, but he does. Rob Tobbs, you should have some champagne and welcome in the new year. Even if you're alone, you can treat yourself to a little party. That's true. Again, it's one of them where, I mean, I'm not anti that idea at all, but it would be the equivalent of getting drunk in, like, the middle of the day for me. Which, again, I'm not Not strictly against it. I've got a bottle of champagne in the fridge as well. It's been there for about a decade. I can't even remember what I originally got it for, to celebrate something. And then I just never did. And then it's still there. I kind of need to just drink it, since it just hogs a lot of room in the fridge, to be honest. Eagle Gaming 2020, yo, how's it going, dude? Oh yeah, did I bring that logging crane out, didn't I? Rob told us, because you're worth it. Lol, sounds like I've already started treating myself. It's the best way, get in there early. She said. Yeah, I must admit, like, New Year's Eve, it's definitely a bloody good excuse. Well, not even an excuse, a good reason to get partying, do whatever it is you like doing. I do like driving a goddamn horse around SnowRunner though, so that's a pretty good option as well. See, look, Milo's been drinking. Hardly ever see him fall over, but he's obviously been starting early himself. All the hills in this section. Keep going though. See, again, even like a bigger truck, it'd be a nightmare to get up here just because you know the rocks will be a giant pain in the ass. But Loaf will wiggle his way around and figure it out. Plus I like the fact that half the time he has one run up and it doesn't quite grip or make it. For most vehicles it's like, yeah, once it doesn't make it, it's just not making it. But the Loaf's just like, just give me a few seconds, I'll find a way. Just gotta find that grip and he's off. And to be honest, well, I mean, this one's got a very long winch. But in the case of this, if you don't want to wait, you fire a winch out, and he's definitely climbing over everything. Well, so if we don't have to go through 50 million trees first before we winch to something that doesn't pop out of the ground, and then we'll get one eventually. It's scientifically proven. Just keep mashing the button. Just a lynch. I don't drink, I don't smoke, no weed, no drugs. Yeah, I'm boring. What's your plan then for New Year? There is still plenty of other stuff to do though, I think. Well, again, yeah. Get on SnowRunner. Oh yeah, we're going that way. Sorry, I'll kind of... Well, I am still heading to my destination, but I'll admit, I didn't pick the most ideal route. You see, it's a testament to the Loaf just goes where the hell he likes. I'm gonna be getting closer. Yeah, Bryce Pearl Gaming, hello Wolf, how are you? I'm not too bad, thank you. How are you doing today? That was a pretty good tank slapper with the old Loaf. Found his way though. Out of curiosity, are we even remote with that? Well, I mean, he did alright. Truth lies, hey Wolf, how's it going, dude? Just an inch. Meh, nothing I guess. Play a game or something. Yeah, that sounds like a plan. I think I'll probably be doing a similar thing. It's cool. I'll chill with my cat. Chill with my cat that is currently asleep in my like my top drawer of my chest of drawers. I don't know, he found a little gap and he's in there. He seems to pick a new place to sleep like every week. Well, he has like 10 or 20 different places around the house, but he'll pick like a new one every week. and then you'll just see him there for the next week, and then you'll find another one. But yeah, this week he's decided my my chest of drawers drawer is his new bed. And he's even sat on a brand new shirt that I haven't even worn, and it'll already be covered, caked in cat hair, and it's never even been worn. So I can't have nice things. Right, I'm going to watch fireworks from Holland on YouTube. They literally tried to start World War III with the amount they let off. It sounds like a pretty good idea, actually. Well, you get ones going off around where I live, but I just so happen to live like overlooking where they do bonfire night each year, which is where we celebrate some guy almost successfully bringing government down. And yeah, like I don't even have to move, and I get fireworks outside my front window. It's pretty good. So I remember every year as a kid we used to have to go. Well, I was going to say used to have to go, I'd want to go, but obviously being November the 5th. In the UK, it was pretty damn cold every time, so yeah. Now I can watch it whilst I'm sat in my living room. Robert Loja, I've been bouncing around all the harder regions lately. That's what she said. Tried to do good work in and about Northern Aegis, proving to be a tough mother. Yeah, Northern Aegis is definitely a bit of a beast. I don't even really know any direct tips. I just know the way I ended up getting across Northern Aegis each time. I don't even really think didn't explore too much once I found a route. That said, the route I took was definitely... There isn't really many standard issue routes on that map. Kind of just partly make it up as you go along. Yeah, the route I took, it did the job in the end. Gotta get that waypoint, but yeah, that was definitely the whole region really. Erskine River and all that were there's definitely probably averaged out has got to be like the hardest phase out of all of them, or yeah, phase. Too far away. Do you know, it's the first time I've ever seen it say too far away. Normally Leif just yoinks it nearer to him. Winches never have power though. See, like that? I've never seen him say too far away. What's happening, Leif? Oh, rolled it. He's back. Thought we'd rolled it. Oh yeah, next thing, where are we going? And I'm going to change it to daytime. I'm probably not going to go off-roading with a generator. Well, I am, but I mean probably not literal. Cross mountain. We'll go back to that road. We'll figure it out from there. Yeah, I think it was staying in. I think it was just going to wheel spin. Truth lies. I'm excited for season 12. Yeah, it's sounding. Well, I've heard little bits about it. It's sounding like it'd be pretty good. At least there's going to be 4 maps, so that's already a good start. I've heard there's not really any issues or anything, so it might be quite a quick turnaround between like from when it's on the PTS server thing to us getting it on console. And yeah, there's that, what's the bloody game called? Expeditions? That'll soon be here. Pretty crazy as well that it's like already pretty much 2024. I can't remember what it was. It might have been that Expeditions game, just something saying like coming out in 2024, and you sort of think, oh yeah, that's next year, but not really anymore. Well, it is, but tomorrow it's going to be this year. Right, so we're doing right. I would actually pick up its speed in a minute. I was going to say that particular last bit of road was just super mud. It's not what you want. Get a bit of momentum going, that's all I need. Shade on that, fire winches out everywhere. Bryce Pearl Gaming, me too, lies. Yeah, definitely. And then I'm yeah, curious to see what they're going to do, because if they're going to do another season, they've surely got to announce it fairly soon, because I assume the plan will be, once they release Phase 12, that will theoretically tide us over for a certain amount of time, but yeah, they don't really want to be leaving it like months and months before they even get some other season to like the PTS server. So yeah, we should find out relatively soon if they've got that planned or what they're doing. Wait if we get his foot down. It's just not letting me though. In high gear it's just wheel spinning. The road is only just here. I just jumped up quite a bit. I'll try and get it on my phone. Live. Oh. Why does it never come up on my phone? I think we're going this way. Right, me. It's working ish. Try it out. Right. Robotovs are looking forward to new season 2, but I've just started the Glades map, so I'm a ways off. Glades, which one was that again? Is that about... was that Phase 8? Is that the farming one? Just a lynch. Started playing that COD that came with the PS5. Did one mission and I had to find out how to turn those adaptive triggers off. I did not like that. I've not heard. What's these adaptive triggers? Plus the game. I'm not sure what the latest Call of Duty game is. I think, in fact, I might have saw an advert recently for, was it Modern Warfare 3? Or something like that. I don't know what they, which one they gave away for the PS5. I think I've got, is it Call of Duty Cold War? I'm sure they gave that away on, like that PlayStation monthly game thing. In fact, that reminds me, I probably should look on there, because that's probably changed again. That being said, yeah, I've got about 20 or 30 games on my PS5 now, and I've barely played any of them. Just a lynch, yep, I'm looking forward to Season 12 too. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit of a biggie, that is what she said, but... yeah, until further notice, it could be the last lot of maps we get. But then, like I said, even on my normal playthrough, I've still got quite a few missions to do on that. Plus there's mod maps and all sorts, so even if they didn't do a Season 4, there's still, I've still personally got quite a bit to do. Mark Devs dropped another update for Season 12 PTS on Xmas Day. Someone found hidden in the files confirmation of a Year 4. Oh, did they? Yeah, cool. Cheers for that. That's interesting. It's funny how these people dig in. I don't really understand it all as such, but didn't someone, is it called the source code or something for Grand Theft Auto 5? Apparently they released that around Christmas. It might have even been Christmas Day. Which doesn't really mean anything to me. You could hand me the source code to any game and it's not gonna... I wouldn't even know how to get it onto a computer to be able to let anyone else know. But to the people that know this kind of stuff, well, I think they were more saying actually that other, oh right, yeah, winch the tree. Other companies can now copy like the coding that Grand Theft Auto 5 has obviously written and their game runs on. It's a shame as well, because the bit of that was kind of a bit disappointing when I heard that is obviously when they did Grand Theft Auto 5 and then online, and online obviously became like a massive money maker. And yeah, with this recent like source code leak thing going on, they had 8 DLCs planned for single player Grand Theft Auto that they didn't do in the end, which is like a bit of a shame because they pretty much didn't do it just because like online was making so much money that they didn't even want it to distract anyone from sort of online. But yeah, personally, I would have liked some single player DLC stuff for Grand Theft Auto 5 because it was a bloody good game, and I ended up doing the stock market thing where you just do the Leicester missions right near the end of the game, and yeah, it had like several billion per character, so I was able to buy all the golf course and everything. But then once you get to that point, you just all of a sudden have enough money to buy like the golf course and all the good stuff, and then that's it. And then you buy a few cars, but yeah, some more DLC stuff on that game would have been pretty cool. Yeah, sorry, Justin Lynch, yeah, Season 8 farming update, yeah, the Glades. Which, to be fair, was a pretty big phase in its own right. That was a 4-mapper, and yeah, had quite a bit going on. Or I'd say, well, it's a 4-mapper, but more like 3.5. That last map, was it Harvest Court or something? Seemed a bit, the map's there, but the amount of missions and that, I reckon they kind of probably just about ran out of time and didn't, or at least could have squeezed a few more missions into that map. Chris Bryan, hey Wolf, how's it going, dude? Good to have you join us. Yeah, like I say, today there's not really a whole lot to do, just tidying up the missions since pretty much done all the contracts except one. I'll go and get a truck in a minute and go and do a bit more of a normal mission. Rebel Eye Choice, any Dave stories? I'll have to think. I think there was something the other day. This is the problem. I need to like write them down or something. This trader does tip quite a lot. Yeah, I do need to write them down because it's the kind of thing that remembering them sort of now off the top of my head is yeah, sort of stuff that just randomly somewhat remind me of it, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I remember doing that. Done. I assume the generated trailer I've got there is probably a mod one, so it's probably even better. Let's have a look on refueling. Yeah, off-road generator. Yeah, so that'll be Fox's one, which is good. But now we have a souvenir. Right. So no tasks and only one. In total. Get the loaf back and one pick a truck. Jamie Bastian, hi Mark Rowe, Justin Lynch, and the rest of the chat sitting here watching the Dallas Cowboys versus Detroit Lions and Mr. Lone Wolf. Which team are you backing? Trying to think. I've heard of the Dallas Cowboys. I have heard of the Detroit Lions as well. I'll be honest, from over in England, I think the Dallas Cowboys are probably... Are they in some film or some reference to it? Because it's not like I wouldn't even know what team colours are or anything like that. I don't think most people would over here. But there's something... There's a reason. But I don't know why. But the Dallas Cowboys is like quite a recognisable name. Justin Lynch, they had resistance to the DualSense trigger buttons, like shooting a gun, the triggers become stiff to simulate pulling a trigger. You get feedback to simulate recoil. Yeah, it's a clever idea, but I can see what you mean. I'd soon be like, yeah. Might be a nice thing to mess around with and try out in like a single player mode, but especially when it's like versus other people. Yeah, I wouldn't want my remote doing all that weird stuff. It's got to be like pretty accurate, especially when you're playing something like Call of Duty. Yeah, I ended up going through. I think the remote I'm using now, that I've been playing SnowRunner with for ages, was a remote I stopped using playing Call of Duty because it has a tiny little bit, like the camera will slowly shift towards the left or right. I can't remember which way it is. Obviously, one of the analog sticks is like a bit messed up. Yeah, even that makes a difference. And those little green rubbery things I've got on the analog sticks, if one of them comes off if I was playing a game like Call of Duty, it throws me right off because I used to do like sniping and all that sort of stuff. Needed to be pretty accurate with it. It's funny as well, I played what's it called, Blackout in Black Ops 4 the other day or the other week now. I'm trying to think, I don't even know how long ago it was. To be honest, I clicked on the game just to see if it needed updating on my PlayStation, because for whatever reason nothing updates until you click on it, and then it says, oh, now we're updating it. And yeah, I ended up playing that, and I found a tomahawk and threw it, and I hit someone from pretty far away. I was pretty happy about it. Still got the old tomahawk skills have stayed with me. It's like riding a bike. Got up the high range. I'm assuming this truck's going to be fine. Yeah, I can get a sideboard and a ramped flatbed, so we should be all good. Mark Rowe, hi Jamie. Justin Lynch, hi Jamie. Truth Lies, Season 9 was hell for crashing. Yeah, did you have the same problem? That was Season 9 was an absolute beast for me as well. Like I say, thankfully, for the most part, I got away with it up until they did like a, you know, where they do like an update sort of midway through a phase they've released. That was when it got really bad for me on my normal playthrough. Thankfully, before then, I still got a few blue screens. I ended up having, I think it's one of the only phases where I deleted trucks, or not deleted them, but recovered trucks and trailers and stuff off the map, because I think I just had too many scattered all over the place. But I use the word too many loosely, because other phases I've had the same, if not more. Like by now, what's it called? Northport. I've got 70 odd trailers just from gameplay and review videos alone, let alone all the trucks and everything else I've left here, there, everywhere. And that map's not crashed. It does have an issue when we scrolling like to trucks, but that's a long story. I think that is just too many things to scroll through. But yeah, Phase 9 was a bit of a nightmare for that. I don't really need too much stuff. We'll leave it this colour because it's like some carbon edition. Oh yeah, a crane. I may as well see if I can squeeze one of them on. It's interesting they've put the American crane on, even though it's a Russian truck. Miso Trash, $20. I appreciate it, dude. You need to get a gaming PC, only 2,000 or 3,000 quid. This will cover the mousepad. Yeah, no, I really appreciate it though, dude. I'll put it towards something good. I may even put it towards, in fact, possibly that Expeditions game as well. I do agree though, I do need some kind of gaming PC, or even just a PC would be a good start. I assume, like, strictly speaking, a gaming PC is just a PC, but it's, I'm guessing like the graphics card and that kind of thing is probably like, is it sort of focused with that in mind? But yeah, I need to I need to learn what half of this stuff is first. That'd probably help as well. But yeah, no, thanks for the donation, man. I do appreciate it. Yeah, fuck it. I'll get an off-road one. I think the off-road ones are heavier. And this isn't an AGL vehicle, so it might feel it a little bit more than normal. We'll see. Why does it always do that with a winch point? It used to be better at just selecting the top middle winch point. It's a lot more faffy for the last, I don't know, probably 6 odd months now. Right, it's a bit of a tight squeeze getting them on the roof of a Dolphin, but it is doable. Robotovs, yeah, it seems like they're overcompensating from the previous season in Tennessee. I imagine they had a lot of complaints. The Glade seems like an overwhelming amount of stuff to do. Yeah, that's true. It was actually, wasn't it? Like, to the point... yeah, I remember thinking, like, by the time I got all the missions done, that's enough Glades for me. But, yeah, they can't really be accused of... You know what? These cranes just suck. Let's just use a normal crane. Ones that actually work. And do what a crane was intended to do. Even though the cranes still suck balls on this game. At least this one. It just works and doesn't start dropping to the ground and auto-extending and all sorts of weird things. Something, if they ever get around to SnowRunner 2, it's one of the biggest things I want to see fixed, is the bloody the cranes. It's on. It's a bit wonky, but I'll allow it. Right, want to activate the mission. Open the fisherman. Oh god, I've got to go swimming. Well, I've got to go and get consumables first. We'll figure that one out. Chris Fritz. Good evening, Wolf, from Minnesota. How are you tonight, dude? Yeah, not too bad, cheers. How are you doing? Yeah, overall, it's not been a bad night. I slept like shit, to be honest, because my cat... Every now and then, like, every couple of months, he just meows like a beast all night. For like 20 hours solid. Well, not like literally, just like, he's just, I don't know, wandering around, meowing. But aimlessly. It's not like he really needs anything, he's just pushing his luck. You just have to call him a piss taker a few times and he gets the hint. So yeah, I don't have the best sleep, but it's all good. Kinda used to that. Corner, skin of my teeth. Consumables, yeah, we made 40 of them. That's more like it. It's good thinking. Probably the life's idea. Right, 6 of them. Do you know what? I'm actually going to go and draw some lines because I have enough trouble paying attention where I'm going as it is. So, that place. Where's the place I normally cross? There's a diving board, yeah, it's that bit. Oh shit, oh no, we're just gonna have to go that way. And that one. And then we're gonna have to cross again at some point. We'll figure it out. Got a loaf with us. Mark Rowe, Season 12 will have the most missions so far, will it? So, there's gonna be quite a few then. Because yeah, Season 8 was not messing around. It's good though, like I say, personally, I'd like to see there be more, I don't know, I don't mean this in a bad way, but more consequences to each mission, like, whether it's opening roads up or building towards, like, yeah, bigger buildings and all that. It's not the end of the world, but it'd be nice if there was more, yeah, kind of purpose to the missions, but overall, yeah, having plenty to do is not a bad thing, because like I say, strictly speaking, the game overall does come down to, like, it's just an excuse to drive vehicles from A to B, really, is what it boils down to. And I don't mean that in, like, anything against the game, like, that's all it needs to be, really. It's like, say, Call of Duty, it just comes down to shooting people. It's like, you can have good maps and bad maps, but as long as you have a map and you can shoot at people, that's kind of covers the basics as far as that goes. Oh yeah, is this one where... just because it's probably good practice to do it. It just makes you drive all the way down. Deliver 2. But then yeah, trying to reverse a ramped flatbed is questionable at the best of times. Jamie Bastion, I've been a Dallas Cowgirls fan for way too many years. Sounds like a perfectly reasonable thing, mate. It does help. I remember like over here, I think it was the feminists and all that complaining, and then all the what were they called? Podium girls and all that in the like Formula 1 and all the racing events basically all got fired because there was like, I don't know, some weird... I don't really think they think it out very well. They kind of checkmated themselves a bit, so I don't even know if we have all that sort of stuff anymore. Oh, trailer, you had to do it. Can I be asked? Reloading the trailer? Or do I just go back and get more? I've had enough now. I might just go back and get more, just because the crane is like annoying enough. Right, well, I never had any issues with Season 9. Yeah, you always said yours was, like, running fine. Yeah, I think some people just, I don't know. I mean, there must have been something they did with that phase, because it did, like, there seemed to be sort of a statistical amount of people that got issues with it, but yeah, in the scheme of things, it wasn't like, you're still probably talking 10% of people had like the issues with it. This is the triple. Oh no, this one has 8 gears, and I put a high range in it. This is the same guy that made the. Yeah, it's a 10-wheeled thing. I wonder if we change the gearbox. Jamie Bastion, no problems on any season so far on Xbox or PC. My son plays on PC, just glitches every now and then. Yeah, I mean, all things considered, Phase 9 was the only one that was really bad for me. I've had a few little blue screens here and there, but nothing to where I'd say, like, it was like a consistent problem. Yeah, except for Phase 9, really. That, I don't know what the hell it was. Like I say, particularly with the mod playthrough. There's just something about it really wasn't liking. And I don't think it was down to any specific mod, because then, like I said, eventually when they did the like mid-phase patch, it got pretty bad on my my normal playthrough as well. So, and yeah, it hasn't got a single mod on there. Right, well, as you can see, crossing the river isn't necessarily going to be the most difficult part. It could be though. It's just getting a stupid trailer not to roll. Chance of not tipping? We'll find out. That's not going to be happy about it. I'm amazed the crane actually semi-successfully worked then. Tip trailer. I think you can cross here. Well, it might take a little bit of engine damage, but that's fine. As long as it doesn't stall. Yeah, because the Dolphin's not exactly the tallest vehicle in the game either. So unless you've got, I don't know, maybe the Voron, is it AE or whatever, that's got a snorkel that's nearly to the roof, that might feel it a little bit, but all the big truck, like the clubs, that obviously get over there, no issue. Steve, Bruce, John definitely has got a pretty tall head on him. Overall though, other than the trailer tipping, went pretty successfully. Just an inch, well, I was in single player anyway. I don't even have an Activision account, and I don't plan to make one. I'm only playing COD at all because it came with the system. I just didn't like the triggers changing. Trying to think of an Activision account. I don't even know if I've got one. I assume I have. Unless that's something new since I've last really played Call of Duty. Yeah, it was one of them though. Like I say, I used to like Call of Duty a lot, but it was the when they changed it, particularly to skill-based matchmaking, it just killed it. Because at that point, your reward for doing well is just getting put in lobbies with sweaty, boring people that just sit there doing nothing, well, except aiming at a doorway, and that's it. And yeah, especially those sort of lobbies. I like running around like a headless chicken, so when I get put into lobbies full of people that are just aiming at a doorway with an LMG, it's like, yeah, I get taken apart. Mark Rowe, don't forget your buddy. Oh, that's true. Did I get one in this? Oh, no, oh, I didn't. I was going to say, I already own the vehicle, so I wasn't sure. I should have banged one in there. Definitely what she said. Bleaker, hey Wolf, Happy New Year's Eve. I appreciate it, dude. It's finally, yeah, 2023. It's been one of them years. For me, it has anyway. And 2022, to be honest. I'm not even going to risk thinking 2024 might be the one. Oh, what? Contest? What? Is this where it wanted me to go? Yeah. But fair enough the first time. So it's this square. Oh, it's this next action thing. Gets me every time. Never on the right one. unlock the trailer. That's one handy thing. Fox's version. Even that alone just makes it so much easier. James Bastian, refresh rate on the PC is unreal. Makes the game run so much smoother, and the picture quality is incredible. I'm not good at using the keyboard. Too damn old. Yeah, that'd throw me a lot as well when it comes to I suppose don't do it, trailer. PC gaming in general. Just yeah, the whole keyboard thing is going to be something. It's going to have to be I'll have to try and get used to. Although I have seen people use like PlayStation and Xbox remotes and that connected up through the PC. Might end up going that route. Although I suppose I assume once you actually get used to the keyboard, it probably has a fair amount of advantages in the scheme of things, especially I suppose for stuff like that Call of Duty, that Blackout, where it's like a big what do you call it, like a battle royale type game. Where you got to bring up like items and all that sort of stuff. It's probably, I assume, if you can like assign more keys on your keyboard and get used to what it is you're pressing. You know, I might just have to go for it. I was going to drive around, but it was worth it. It might not have been. Time for the loaf to rescue me. See, look, he's still trying to get back to his wheels. What an absolute unit. Why my loaf does not stall. See? Just want to turn the key hard enough. I knew it. Housefly steering kicking in. Good stuff. To be fair, I chose like the most awkward spot. I probably could have started trying to flip this vehicle. Still gonna go, but yeah, I don't know why I just parked it on the edge of the road like that. It's not the best idea. Can't keep a good loaf down, mate. All loafs go to heaven. Tip the cargo. Really care about the dolphin. No offence to it. Could put some effort in dolphin. No, it's probably the crane now. Let's try a bit of a better angle. A brute force. Oop. This is the annoying thing about when stuff hooks. Particularly with these like things, holes in the road, is the edges of the road they've just got like annoyingly clippable hitboxes. Oh, engine wasn't even on. Across the river. Togs, I'm off for now, but I'll probably be back in a couple of hours if you're still on. Enjoy the stream, everyone, and Happy New Year. Oh, shit, I'm going off cliff. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude, though. Cheers for popping in, and if you're back in a little bit, I should still be going. After this mission, I'll go and do a little lap and figure out how many other missions I've actually got left. What are we caught on now? Nothing. I didn't strictly mean to go this way. I was reading comments and drove off the road. Do I cross here? What other options do we have? I don't know, I might cross there and try and jump it that way. Why not? Extra detail. Just a minute. James Bastion, I don't know how to set it up, but I do know you can use controllers on PC. Yeah, that sounds the route I'll probably be going at first, if and when I get around to getting a PC. Which, yeah, is definitely on my list. I would like to get one sorted. Kevin Rodriguez. Yo, what's going on, guys? Yeah, I'm all good, dude. How are you doing? Chris Fritz, doing well, thanks for asking. Always good to see you and the horse. I appreciate it, dude. I was going to say, that's what she said. It's good to have the old horse out, though. He's earned it. Have one little last go before 2024, although the Loaf is 99.9% likely going to be the first vehicle I drive in 2024 as well. At least from what I've heard, the Loaf is going to be in that Expeditions game, which is very good news. Robert Loja, I would like to visit the manor near Oxford. Was a recording studio at one time, may just be a museum now. Not too sure. I'd imagine though, yeah, if it was, we've definitely got plenty of museums and all that sort of stuff over here. It's one thing about England that's been around for a good old while, so we've got quite a lot of historic stuff. It's like, no offence to America, but you know, like, you've got stuff that's like 300 years old, and that's old. That's like, that was, yeah, the school I went to was built in like the 1600s. There's a school near me that was built in like 14 something. It's like people were literally riding around like some Knights Templar thing, like riding around on horseback with swords and suits of armour and all that good stuff. Yeah, well, I'm still going to cross it because I'm stubborn, but it's not the most crossing friendly place that I was expecting. Oh, trailer, you're a fucking asshole. I might even just cut the trailer loose and put cargo in here, because I don't know why. I'm convinced there was a window of time where the ramped flatbed was pretty good, and I'm convinced in the last month or two it's just got shit again. I'm taking the Loaf. The trailer will let me. What's it like? Trying to aim at it. It'd be nice if this game where like aiming actually worked. Sometimes it does, but you know what I mean. If you could actually just thread the needle, like if it precisely fired winches out at say 12 o'clock on the screen, so if you lined up to the right thing it will actually get it. It'd be pretty handy. Bright Spell Gaming, hey Kevin. Hit an unkillable tree. Oh, hit this one. This one is actually killable though. This will be demonstrated in that tree. Right, we got through to that part. We've just got to go across here. What could possibly go wrong, Loaf? I'll have to send in a Loaf pretty soon by the looks of it. Let's keep that there, because it's bound to drown in a minute. Let's just accept the inevitable. Send in the horse. Knock the zombie winch over. In fact, oh, it's going to start steering towards me. It's a bit of a shame because I could kind of walk it over. I just gotta wait until I float past it a little bit. Well, or I can select the winches manually. Scrap that plan. Dolphin had the tip on me. Rescue mission already. Jane Bastian, Justin, my son is your controller on his PC, but I like playing from the couch. That's true. I like sitting back when I'm playing a game, unless you know it's one of them intense games. Again, like not just Call of Duty in general, but if it got particularly intense, gotta like sit forward, get as close as I can. That little bit helps. But yeah, generally, I feel like sitting back and chilling. It's always more awkward when you've got a crane on a vehicle. It's not the crane itself, it's the crane legs that sort of phase through the map. That's why you just saw the back end moving. The back end will move easier because it's not that near the crane. Especially I'm not really trying to roll the truck out the water. I'm sort of trying to, I was trying to be lazy and drag it on its side, like the side on the ground towards me, but I don't think the crane leg's gonna let that happen. Not you using. Yeah, it is using. No, it's all good. I think I read it that way, but I knew what you meant. Truth lies. I got a 10-foot charging cord. I just plug into the PC. Yeah, that's more like it. I used to have a longer charging cable for my PlayStation, but I found it charged a lot slower. But it was nice because I don't know why. I don't know if it's just me, if it just works out that way. Every time I have a cable, whether it's for my phone or to charge the PlayStation or whatever, it always ends up being the tiniest little bit. You just need another inch or two. It's definitely what she said. But it's always that way. If I want to charge my headset as well, or the wireless one, yeah, it's I can wear them and plug it in, but I've got to lean forward a little bit. Can't quite relax the way I'd like to. Yeah, well, this truck's been a pain in the ass. Oh, it's close. Just started out early. All I really need to do is tip towards me. So the lazy option is out. Go and ram it. Physics are locked in place. Put that out. Still not going though. Except for a truck that's a pain in the ass to flip to its wheels. It didn't resist the current that much. Normally if they tip like that easily, they're pretty easy to tip back. Oh, don't do it, game. No, it's just going to be a dick with a winch point. Drag the dolphin across. Just want to get some more consumables. Fine, be a dick winch. the winch point just go? I just had it near that tree. Where the fuck has it gone? I can't even see it now. Oh. I don't know where the hell it went. Yeah, some better mechanic. Well, they don't really necessarily need a better mechanic for the winch. What they need to do is stop fucking around and put in 50 million trees that just pop out of the ground instantly. Just get rid of them, so that every winch point you choose is at least going to attach a winch to it. Like, why will it not go to that winch point over there? To the left of the blue marker. It's skipping over it for some reason. And I already know these are just going to grab non-winch points. So it's a shame. This is the sort of stuff I can edit out in the end. Like, I'll still leave the general, like, crossing the river and all that, but I can cut all the bullshit out. But yeah, from a few little, like, awkward game things, like the winch point not showing up and all that, ends up making, like, nice little rescues like this. Just become... You just end up working your way around, like, 10 different bugs instead of just getting left to do the rescue that you wanted to do. Because even if I do flip it, then the crane will be shit and it just goes on and on like that. I'll just go and get some more consumables. Because we'll be back on the right side of the river at that point anyway. And if the winch points don't reach, I'll just go and get another truck, because I can't be arsed fucking around with winch points either. Even there, like, the current was fighting against the loaf pretty strongly then, considering I was practically at the edge of the river. It's not going to show me the winch points. It's more annoying that the winch literally goes straight past it to stuff that's even further behind it. Yeah, well, I've got no doubt that the loaf will pull the dolphin across there, but yeah, I'm not going to keep going back and forth to get the fucking winch points to reappear. At least this one's got the bandit crane on it. I'm not that I'll need it, but yeah, you used to be able to ram that car at, like, when this phase first came out. Not anymore, that was stuck in place pretty well. That's it. Still kicked him like a beast right at the end. Yeah, that's what these double tired things. I like them, but it gets caught on so many things. It ends up half the time. I don't know why. Steering's like not really kicking in. At the last second it absolutely launches the truck left or right. Oh yeah, consumables. On this road only, yeah, pretty much.
just a launch 1 to 2. Guys, Pal Gaming. See everyone in the chat and see ItsMrLoneWolf. Yeah, cheers for popping in there, dude. Sorry, I'm probably a bit late on that comment. Just a Lynch, season 9 being fine, that is.
Yeah, like I say, it's weird. There's definitely a certain amount of people, like, that's the most glitching I'd heard about, like, consistently other people were saying they were having similar issues. But, yeah, still, it wasn't like most people on that phase, but I don't even think I've been back on that phase since, to be honest. But by comparison, like, I'd also say, yeah, you can definitely tell, like, they fixed whatever was going on, because Duncan Bay and this phase has actually been pretty damn solid. On Duncan Bay, the only time I ever got a blue screen was once that boat started flying around, which I certainly was kind of, you know, leaning into that situation a bit. I could have just restarted the mission and recovered the boat and everything. And it was, even then, it was only blue screening once I'd go to quit the game and return to the main menu, so it wasn't really much of an inconvenience. And then, yeah, this phase, touch wood, I don't even think I've had a blue screen on this phase. And yeah, I've had bugs going on, like, just say for example, like, there's a good example, is the winch points not showing up on the truck. Little things like that, but yeah, as far as like all the blue screening goes, thankfully that kind of stopped for me anyway once season 10 came out. But like I said, I don't think I've been back on season 9, so I suppose I'd have to try it at some point and see if it's still a complete nightmare or not. Yeah. That one done. Yep, still not. Winch point still not showing up. Which, I'll leave it there. We'll see next week. Maybe the winch points will show up. I'm certainly not worried about the loaf getting it out there, because I'll just wedge him behind one of those trees if I need to. But yeah, I just can't be bothered to keep going back and forth across the river to get the bloody winch points to show up. Whatever bug that is, that's been a bug in the game for like years by now, really, because I remember that happening, well, yeah, years ago. It picks its moments. So that is officially every contract done. So if I go over to contracts, they're all ticked. Tasks. So we had 1, 2 on Mountain Ridge, and then by the lake we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, so I actually got quite a few on by the lake. So I'll head over to that map. I'm taking an AGL vehicle because they just do what you want them to do. Which one is the next question? AGL Dan was pretty nice. Oh yeah, it's got a sideboard. Jamie Bastion, when F1 did that, wasn't it because of certain countries be offended by women showing off their bodies? It wouldn't surprise. I bet, yeah. I bet there's some situations they've had to do that where they're, yeah, doing the F1 with those, like, was it, yeah, grid girls or podium girls, whatever they're called. There was, I think it was like when a load of feminists were just saying that it's sexist but then all the women got fired, and it was like, well, that's not really very helpful. Kind of shot themselves in the foot with that one. To be fair as well, I actually think these days more films, you don't really get as much nudity, I think, in films these days as you used to. You think all sorts of films back in the day, they'd have to slip a pair of tits in. Even in Titanic, had tits. Wasn't that film rated like a 12 or something? I suppose I could have some chain actually.
Jane Bassin, F1 is too political.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's kind of killed it really. Oh, has it only got a single sideboard? Well, I don't even know what missions I need to go and do. Let's go and have a look. I'll take a ramp flatbed while at it. I don't know if I'll need it, but possibly. Oh yeah, loaf as well. The one we can poach. Looks like it's not doing a lot. Will do.
Never liked F1 anyways.
Back in the day I did, but yeah, I agree. It's like I've never liked it as much as I think it could be a lot more likable. Like the concept of it being like the top class of cars and all the rest of it, but yeah, there's too political. I don't like, I don't know, yeah, like Days of Thunder, Rubbin's racing. Like I wouldn't like to race in a sport where a bit of rubbing is yeah, not good. And then yeah, I also think Ferrari, I don't know, they kind of, I don't know if to say full on cheat, but they moan every time anyone else has some kind of advantage. And because Ferrari was like quite a big part of Formula 1, they seem to always like used to get away with it. If some other team came up with some kind of like new advantage that Ferrari didn't have, they'd just complain. And then yeah, it's probably one of them as well, like not just strictly politics, but sort of the behind the scenes of it, where I think there's too much money riding on some things. So it's like, you know, even like the more obvious things when they get, say, two teammates and one could be winning, but they'll tell them like slow down to let your teammate pass you because they need to win. And I sort of, strictly speaking, I don't disagree with it in the sense of if it's a team game in the sense of like you've got multiple cars for the same team. I get it as in like there's no point in letting one of your drivers beat your other driver and doing them out of points and all that, but at the same time, like for example, I wouldn't really want to put a bet on Formula 1 and that sort of stuff, because yeah, I think it's kind of going to be rigged to begin with, where they just don't really want, like, I think there'd be too much money to be lost. You know, if some complete like new outsider unknown person in Formula 1 just suddenly started winning every race and was going to win the championship and everything that year, I think there'd be too many, like, the big car companies that have got a lot of money, I think would put too much pressure on, like, the people behind the scenes sort of saying, you know, we'll pull out if you don't do something. There always seems to be some sneaky stuff like that going on these days. I think, like, yeah, Formula 1 should be make the most insanely fast car you can. And if you've got the balls to drive it, good for you. And if you can win the race, even better. And then, yeah, I wouldn't mind stuff like Group B rallying. That was bloody good back in the day. I was kind of probably not quite born. I think I was somewhere around being born, probably around the time they were banning Group B. But obviously, like, it was all pretty fresh, like the videos of it and that. When I was a kid, I definitely think, yeah, Group B rallying was the one. Problem is, I sort of like missed the window now where, like, so back in the day there was Group B rallying, and then with Formula 1 cars, they basically were just getting faster and faster to the point where, I don't know, some people probably think they got a bit too crazy. And then, yeah, all the rules started having to come in. Like, so we now just live in an era where stuff can be made, like, beyond what a lot of people would want to drive. Like, they could make a ridiculous, like, practically a drag car that's a Formula 1 car, but you'll probably die driving it around a track given enough times. But it'll set a very fast time. So they kind of regulate stuff like, isn't Formula 1 now like, you know, you've only got so many sets of tyres and you can only have this much fuel and all that. That's not really my thing. They should just give them a fat giant engine that runs on polar bears if it needs to. And yeah, I just want to see like the fastest, most insane cars. And be a bit more relaxed with the rules. So if someone wants to turn up in something that looks like the Batmobile with 4,000 horsepower, then good for them. How many? Oh, so I've only got one that I'm actually on. That's that wooden bridge one. I might complete the mission at some point, I don't know. But I'm not too fussed about doing that one, because I kind of like the bridge as it is anyway. Well, I may as well just drive around. What we got? Oh, I thought it said God. Speedy delivery. Let's head that way then. I don't even think there's a particularly efficient way of getting the missions. It's just, I don't know. I'll look on the map, spot them and start heading for them. This is why I try, when I originally scout the maps, yeah, I tried to collect all the missions kind of on the way around, because it just saves doing this now. Justin Lynch heard an Xbox story, supposedly on built up to one of the Halo games, a guy got a demo map online leaking part of the game. Guy apparently got banned for 7,000 years. One day, his ancestors, well, the year 9000. So if I was him, that's the kind of shit I would leave in my will. Like, whoever inherits what little I've got, you have to keep it going. But yeah, someone, one of my relatives in the year 9000 has to reapply and play that account. I would ride out that 7,000 year ban. Well, I'd use my inheritance to bribe my ancestors into doing it for me. But it would still count. It's funny though, when you hear, you don't really hear it over here, but you often hear like the American sentences, like sometimes someone will get sentenced to 480 years. And yeah, pretty random. Well, I mean, I get if someone committed, like, if it was 50 years per murder, and they did 10 murders, and they just said you're getting 500 years, I kind of get that, but then every now and then you hear one that, say they committed 5 murders, so that's going to be 200 years, but then they say, like, yeah, you're getting sentenced for 200 years for 5 murders, and then 6 months for threatening a police officer, and it's like, why do they add that last 6, like, why even waste their time with that last little sentence in it, when the guy's already getting 200 years for 5 murders? Like, that'll do. Yeah, over here they're pretty weak on most sentences. But then I tend to find, like, not that I agree, I mean, people say doing, like, an armed bank robbery is some pretty crazy stuff. Not that I give a single fuck about the banks, to be honest. But yeah, when you hear people getting, like, 80 years for robbing a bank, it's like, damn. That's like, that is literally your whole life gone. Over here, I think a life sentence is 25 years. But sometimes they kind of say, like, life. In exceptional cases, they kind of just say, yeah, it's actual life. But yeah, over in America, I think life's like life, isn't it? Oh, it's another contest. What does it want me to do? Oh, pick up the gold. Well, I will do that, but it would obviously make a lot more sense to pick up the gold and load it into the truck before I start the mission. What are the chances that I brought a 1 cargo truck? What? I'm taking this on. There we go, that's how you can spawn more gold. What does it want me to do afterwards? Oh, is it going to make me pick that one up? Because it's got the arrow pointing at it. So you're telling me part of the game is going to force me to rely on its crappy cranes as part of the mission. It's a good job. I may as well remove that one, because as soon as I restart the mission, it's going to offer me another one. I mean, again, luckily, I have the bandit crane, which is actually a pretty respectable crane. Is it just me, or is the, what? Yeah, I was going to say, is it just me, or is the cargo being some kind of weird ghost? So now what? I mean, I've got to restart the mission again? Probably does. Speedy delivery my arse. The good time-wasting bastard. Would be a better name for it. The devs really need to fix the winch to every twig and weed, but not a tree thing. Yeah, they really do, because whatever they originally intended it for, like, I think it's so that we can't fire out panic winches. That's going to tip off, isn't it? Oh, wanker. Right, I'm going to restart the mission again. Going to get the crane. Okay, no, I'm not. We will get there. Certainly don't know about speedy delivery. Now what do I mean to do with it? I'm going to give you a hint on this game, do I? With some things. I want to find rail tracks. I think this way. I'm surprised it survived that. Is that like a damage meter at the top? Maybe this is like, because it's got unbreakable suspension, it can't really rack up the damage for me. Is it really not showing up the yellow square yet?
gold time was, but still looking good. Oh shit, I'm close.
It's a bit of a weird one for a speed run. Even down to like when you collect the cargo, then you got to scroll all the way down to pack cargo and that. It's just not really... The game's not really panned out for like a speedy contest that you've also got to pick cargo up for. But nonetheless, that's that done. Although saying that, was a contest, not a mission or whatever, task, so I don't even know if that'll knock it off the list. There's got to be some missions around here though. That won't be too bad. Wall in the water. Not sure where that's from. Right. I've got my trailer loose on that. I have a trailer in my trailer stash over here. I might do. It's looking good. If I could steer, it would help. Truth lies, lol, that Kenworth is still running. Is that the one in the yard? Probably been running for the last few months. This game does seem to have a... well, I don't know whether it's a bug or if it's on purpose, but it seems to be like a bit trollish again, where if you leave a vehicle with the engine running... I've had it a few times this season where it will just keep my truck running until it runs out of fuel, whereas it used to do that ages ago, and then for quite a while they kind of patched it to where the engine would turn itself off after a while, but for whatever reason it seems to be back. Oh, is that all the different locations it wants me to drop them off? Oh, what? Hang on. Does it mean that's saying collect them from all over the place? But then that's saying I can get them from here. Service fair part, well, there's only one there, so I'm going to have to collect more anyway. So that would make 2, 3, 4, 5, but I only need 4. Oh, and there's 4 up. Well, I don't know what the hell that one down there is from. Well, I may as well go this way then. I'm probably best off grabbing that one. Then that. Coming down here, crossing over to there. Oh, and it wants them all back here. Trailers just on a tip these days.
Robert tells the truth, his maps are so loaded with gear. I've got stuff all over the place. Every now and then though, like the trailer now for example, being able to poach that from the yard is pretty handy. But for the most part, I do just generally release stuff into the wild. Funnily enough though, I don't think I did that one. That was an organic trailer. Rolled it. What the hell, just banging on my walls then, but kind of like the Jumanji drums. Down. Oh yeah, I've got to go back. Sleeping cogs. Rubber by choice. Have a good morning, Wolf. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Same to you. Truth lies. Time for some vodka. My friend Justin is coming over. Sounds like a good plan. I used to, yeah, I like from so much drinking vodka as a teenager, just purely to get drunk, not for the taste. For a long while, even the smell of vodka would sort of make me, not make me feel sick, but it'd just take me back. Like I could smell vodka now, and it would just take me back to those days when I drank far too much of it. And then yeah, would be pretty close to throwing up and passing out. The good old days. I do, like I said though, I had that vodka that was yeah, got gold leaf thing in it, which was just like a gimmicky thing really. But yeah, the vodka was like aniseed flavoured, and that was actually a lot nicer. That being said, if I wanted to get drunk and vodka was the only option, yeah, it wouldn't be a problem. Just pull one of those faces as I'm drinking it. I'm trying to think though, because we were talking about absinthe last week. That absinthe, I don't have strong childhood memories of drinking absinthe, but that stuff is just so strong it makes you want to be sick on general principle. So I'd probably rather drink vodka than absinthe. But again, if I wanted to get drunk and absinthe was the only thing available, then yeah, the next some of that back as well. Caught in the current. Should do us. Oh yeah, now I've got to try and reach the trailer. I'm saying that, yeah, this bandit crane's actually not bad at being able to reach. That'll do. Nice. And then we're going to cross the river. All we've got to do is not roll the trailer in the meantime. Justin Lynch, while I'm out, good night guys. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Cheers for popping in. Enjoy the rest of your night. To be honest, it's probably not going to be the longest one for me tonight either. Do you know what? I'll just get this mission quickly. Testing them test. Truth lies, good night. Oh yeah, a lost car. Is there? Go to first area, go to second area, go to third area. Deliver car marshal. What? Homer. What? I assume is there a car marshal there? Deliver to the parking lot. And then the Hummer. Oh no, that's the Hummer. God knows. I'll have a look at that one soon. I assume in the end it's just going to be drive to one area, grab a marshal, take it somewhere else, there'll be a Hummer there. Something like that. Check out some daytime quickly. I might as well get rid of my lines because I missed a waypoint and they've gone all over the place now. Even know what I got caught on. Was it that stupid? Is that a barbecue? I don't know why this game has made random objects. OP beast mode in this phase. Had tables and chairs the other week that completely stopped me dead. Is it just me, or has the fucking crane shrank in the last 5 minutes? Because I'm pretty sure it could reach. Will do. Oh yeah, there's another piece of cargo. I was just going to say, I was like, hang on, I've got 3 pieces of cargo. Now what am I hooked on? A bloody chair, see? OP stuff. Might not be the barbecue. The only way I've kind of found to switch to something else and then back Longhorn and the chair, yeah, should be gone. Try that. Probably going to do it. I'm going to do it because I can't grab onto something that's anchored into the ground. I have to fuck around picking all the other stuff first. If you'd actually fired a winch out to something immovable, I probably would have got out then. I should just lift the whole trailer. I don't mind the game being longer. It's annoying when it's longer because of its shitty mechanical limitations. whatever mission I'm doing next. I'm going to get in something with this saddle low. There's a box right next to me, crane. He's such a fucking dick sometimes. Excuse me. Put the fucking cargo on the trailer. It's like I'm doing the same thing each time. I'm only trying to put a box on a trailer. There's only so many ways I can physically do it. See? Cargo never moves that easily. If I just needed to drop the cargo and I just needed it to roll, it would land solid as a rock and not move an inch. Why was that so hard the first fucking 4 times? I've got to get this piece of cargo on. Somehow the game will find a way to make the cargo explode and go everywhere. I've got to have at least got the bandit crane. Let me so trashed. You're not as fast as a Spaniard falling asleep in the middle of the day. I must admit, they've even got like kind of just ingrained into their culture to have a nap in the middle of the day. I like their style. What am I looking for? That cargo. You know, we've got to make it to... Oh god, I've got to go back across the river. Probably say goodbye to the cargo, but we'll see. I'm going to go with the current this time. It might end better. Could in fact go better. Truth lies, anyone heard from AJL lately? I don't think I've heard from him in the last couple of weeks or so. Which, yeah, I'm not sure, maybe it's Christmas, but you might go on a holiday or something. But yeah, I'm not too sure, I think it was, gotta be, yeah, 3 odd weeks ago maybe. AC, beautiful map. Isn't this a mod for the Derry? Yeah, I don't remember having those bed crane options. It is, yeah, it's yeah, the Derry Longhorn 4620 AGL. So yeah, it's an AGL version of the Derry, which yeah, makes it a hell of a lot better than it was. I mean, really, it's about as good as you can expect from this vehicle. I was going to say, like, because it's got, like, those axles are really close together, they're not exactly tiny tyres on it, but you can't really get any bigger tyres because they'll all start clipping into each other. And you can kind of tell it's got slightly smaller tyres than, like, the trucks with the biggest tyres in the game. But yeah, for the most part, like, it's certainly, like, the normal Derry in the game is pretty sort of crap, I think. Whereas yeah, this AGL version makes it like way more useful. Actually pretty decent. lag. Yeah, I think if there's still like 7 or 8 missions left on this map, then I don't know if I will get them all done tonight. I'll probably end up getting the rest of them done in next week's stream as well. Yeah, truth. I wish him thank for all his mods this year on the official Discord. Yeah, he's definitely cranked out some beauties this year. Like I said, I think just about every mod he's done. I think I've tried near enough everyone. I still need to go and get this trailer pack actually that he's made. What we got going around that way? Not really. And yeah, obviously the loaf, the damn horse, the AGL version, I'll use that thing every week. Practically a necessity these days for me. Looking for. Saving costs. Don't know if I'll need this trailer, we'll find out when I'm at. If I don't, I'll become a free range trailer once more. I did still have another ramp flatbed at that yard, so we're all good. Solved. If only it was that easy every time. Yellow sort of symbols where you gotta go, they're not really showing up this week. I know sometimes they don't show up when you're like really far away from them, but I thought it had to be a bit more distance than this before they don't show up. I don't know, jump off there somewhere. I might actually have to use my bridge.
this mission, in fact. I'll get it on the way back. Anyway, because every time I ram that yard, that's how far down the road I've smashed it at this point. I think it used to be next to that trailer. I think I only unlocked this warehouse like last week as well, so... I think, anyway. So there is some metal beams on the floor, which I remember I could have picked them up on a mission quite a while ago. I went and got my own instead. So I do also have those to choose from. Got them all there. What? We're borrowing them. Sweet. That's why it's good to have vehicles scattered all over the place. Every now and then it's like, yep, yoink. Just do. Select that mission. Just saw the yard and dropped the hammer. It's gone around that. Kind of forgot. So he's probably going to take a hit. Make it like a goddamn professional. He didn't even leave a mark. See what I mean? The saving cogs pick their moments. I don't know how they do it. It's just the exact second. Put in some pretty important controller inputs. Boost. See? Goddamn beast. It's a lonely loaf. It certainly was. I was thinking which one actually, the one on the bridge, or this one that I stole. Well, stole off myself. I think it counts. I just remembered I had cargo with the metal beams. I'm surprised I didn't tip them. I was just seeing if it would let me drop them off there. And yeah, I don't believe it will. Oh, it wants to tip right at the last second. Sometimes it will, like, well, it's got rear steer, but the front doesn't want to dig in all the time, so I'm understeering here and there. Any more around here? Again, I'm going to leave that one for now. Challenging descent. I'm going to leave my loaf. He was around here somewhere, wasn't he? There's one. I think it's that one. Oh, what is it? Still on the trailer? I bet it is. Good job, we've got a backup loaf near yards away. I'm going to go and tip that trailer though. How much a mistake. dead snow. It's death snow. You watch the trailer that tips every 2 seconds. Now it'll be an absolute... It won't tip, it'll slide everywhere. It'll do everything except tip. See? I was gonna say. The loafers are goddamn professional at hanging on, but that was pushing it. Right. Challenging descent. Whatever that one is. I wonder if it's going down the waterfall. Which I've kind of done a few times voluntarily, just for free. Alright, which way would it be best to go? Cut through there. Somewhere around there. That'll do. Got that waypoint and from well far away. It's pretty good because it saved me having to kind of swerve over there. But yeah, I'm sure it normally you have to get a bit closer than that. Again, Loaf is just such a goddamn professional, he knows. You know I wanted to clear that waypoint. Hopefully whatever we have to do doesn't involve cargo. Which again there's another reason why I try and collect these missions while I'm actually driving around, because otherwise like now you've got to drive over to them just to activate them. But then when you get there it could end up saying you need, you know, like it's a mission where you're going to need like a trailer or a crane or something. You never really know like what setup you need to run until you get there and get it activated. can't remember what the video was, but I saw a video of something that was either a loaf or very similar to a loaf the other day. That was like, it was a military vehicle and it was doing off-roading and it climbed up some rocks that were probably about that high. It did pretty well. Yeah, I can't remember the name they called it though, and I can't remember which army it was in, which doesn't help, but I think it was one around somewhere, kind of like Eastern Europe. I think it might have been a loaf, and they were saying it was one of the best off-roaders in the world. I thought, yep, I agree, he's a goddamn professional. Oh, is it another contest? Oh, and I've already got a best time on it, apparently. I don't remember doing it, but let's have another go. Oh, it wants me to go this way. Typical. Let's just restart it. 59 seconds, it said. I don't remember doing this mission, or contest, or whatever. I didn't realise there was so many contests on this phase, to be honest. $46. Nailed it. Not much of a challenge in descent. Right, that's sawmill. That's just factory. Yeah, speedy delivery. Oh yeah, contest. Nearly would have gone back and done that bloody one again. That was just a free Voron. Do we have any vehicles that are kind of near? Typical. This goddamn horse just waiting down the road. Another yellow one. Did I just paint loads of them yellow? I just happened to pick like 3 yellow loaves in a row. Some kind of good luck. Got 3 yellow loaves in a fruit machine that would be paying out. Again, this phase just never stays light for long. Beams again. And you think as well, with all the vehicles I've kind of left everywhere, it's actually coming in handy quite a lot tonight. That can just keep switching to a vehicle that's like a bit nearer. I think, yeah, 10 wheels. So this is that. Yeah, the guy that made like a few different ones. This Derry 10 wheel has done a. Was it a Dan that was a 10 wheel? Dolphin. And the Tatra Force as well. Oh yeah, see, this has got the 7-speed gearbox in. I don't know, it doesn't seem to match like the truck very well. Or like it doesn't seem to get a lot out of the engine.
So it shows up a bit more at the minute 'cause I'm a highway driving, so top speed would be a bit more beneficial. But yeah, I don't know, it's just like they're very nice trucks, just this gearbox. Not too sure about it. But that's what I was thinking when I was driving that other truck earlier. I put a higher engine at the Dolphin, the carbon one. Or is that the same modder actually? I don't know. There's another one. This has got rear steer. Just rear turning. I mean, to be fair, it's still a pretty balanced truck. It fits pretty well if you sort of wanted to be like more in line with like the vanilla trucks in the game. Used to plenty of horsepower you get in an AGL vehicle when you've got like the top engine in it. Flyers. Well, I'm off to bed. Night, well, yeah, I appreciate the cheers for popping in and enjoy sleep. Be your last sleep of 2023. I get like sentimental about that sort of thing. My cat wakes me up on my last sleep of 2023. I feel like that puts you on a bad footing for 2024. Not even £2 for that mission. That what a rip off. It's a good job I had vehicles parked all over the place. Trip across the water and Lake Paradise. Oh, traffic accident. Quite a few down here actually. Vehicle spare parts have spilt in the water. Just processing plants. There might just be those 3 missions left. Be fine. Oh yeah, that one that was on its nose on the beach on White Valley last week that I said would start. It did start. I've got the footage as well. But yeah, when I turn the game on, like when I load it up tonight, just before the live stream, I'm surprised that's not started now. Yeah, it loaded up on White Valley, so I quickly switched to the live because I was in the Antarctic at the time. I'm firing out a winch. That's a good one. Oh, you've got the extra tool suspension on this one. Just select the mission for now, and I want to go and get these other ones. Curious what that one's going to be. A trip across the water. Is that trailer going to be something to do with it?
particularly with this taller suspension on, flying around all over the place. I've got a feeling it might want me to take that trailer over here. I don't know yet though, so I might drag the trailer over there just to find out that it wants me to drag it back over this side or something. See how the loaf went deep enough then to take engine damage? That's what I mean, because he needed to drive along the bottom, he reached. But otherwise he would normally just float his way across. And even I'm not too sure how he figures out which is the best method, but he does. And he's usually right. Not play games. What else? Trying some kind of weird windsurfing thing going on there. Oh, TUZ. Where does it want that to go? Over there. I'm going to drag it a bit of the way. Still going to go and get that late Paradise one. Hey look! Oh, there's a tunnel, I bet they've blocked it. What if it's just a sort of vehicle to investigate? See, a truck would have been too fat to go down it. My loaf's clearly too drunk. Yeah. We're hitting a hitbox. I don't know what he managed to winch to in there though. I mean again, what a goddamn horse. Found a way. So it'd be pretty cool if there was like a tunnel through the mountain. Of course, now you winch the vehicle. If I wanted to winch the TUZ, it'd winch to this tree, the tree over there, a few trees on phase 9. But now I want a tree. All of a sudden, it's an expert at winching to other vehicles. Make it, yeah, go a bit lower. I was going to say it's a bit... It's handy, but there's a bit too much tiptoe action going on there. Hopefully they don't want this TUZ back in a kind of new condition, so I don't know if it's going to make it like that. I've got repair on it though. I know it didn't want me to bring it here. Just visit some stuff. It's not even that bad. Right. No, it wasn't that one. So a trip across this water. So far.
fox. Creeping in the sand. Right. Look, there is it. Are they my tyre tracks from earlier? They might be. I was going to use them as an excuse to say, look, someone's gone this way before. Must be the proper way. Right. We can float it out. I can float it out, but I can also just reach. You see, with the normal life, I would have just floated. Eventually, a bit further down there, I would have been nearer the bank. But yeah, this thing's just got a long winch on it, so sod it. Let's just make it inevitable. Me so trashed. Have you heard of the game Star Citizen? I've dumped a lot of time and money into it over the last 10 years. I think I'm about 9,500 is that US dollars into it. The game is still in alpha. Star Citizen, yeah, I'm sure I have heard of that before. I think I've seen footage of it and that. I've not played it, but the name and everything definitely rings a bell. I'm gonna go repair. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a lot of dough into it, but if you've been playing it for the last 10 years, it's like, what's the game? World of Tanks Blitz. I don't know how much money I've spent on that. It's not, I wouldn't say it'd be thousands, but it's, I kind of think, oh, it's probably like, sort of, you think, oh, 50, 100 quid, I've done the odd, like, 3 quid thing here and there, but then when you actually think, oh no, I did this bundle and that bundle, yeah, I've probably spent, like, I'd imagine 500 to £1,000 on World of Tanks. Maybe? Maybe not quite £1,000, probably nearer 500 or something. But yeah, space it out over like 10 odd years. And it's not a lot really. I mean, what's that cost you? Like a couple of quid a day. If that, or dollars. And yeah, if it's a game you enjoy, then why not? And yeah, another one, like I said years ago, when I first got my iPhone 4, there was a game, if anyone remembers it, called Crime City, that it's probably not as big by today's standards and all the rest of it, because sort of online games like that have been around for quite a while now, but back when that was, say, I got the iPhone around August 2011, so that Crime City game was probably out around then, maybe a month or two later. And yeah, you could like just build your own little, you had your own little HUD, and you built buildings that you collect money off, and then you could go around and rob other people's buildings. And like I say, in the scheme of things nowadays, like the game wouldn't be that amazing or anything in particular. But back then it was just like, yeah, it was when like smartphones were first kind of becoming a bit of a mainstream thing, and the fact that you could actually rob other people rather than it just being like, you know, some, say like loads of bots or whatever, just made the game pretty good, and like it went pretty massive, and yeah, quite a lot of people played that. And at the time, me and my brother were doing landscaping, and yeah, had quite a bit of spare disposable income, and yeah, I spent, I don't know, quite a bit on that game. Considering it didn't really do much, but it did at the time. But I remember I bought like a Bugatti Veyron on there that was 50 quid, like real life 50 quid, and it was just something that made your guy a bit stronger on there. That was about it. But again, at the time, I had the money to just use frivolously. Done. Tried to give me a little ram at the end. As you can see, I didn't take any damage. The TUZ took the hit. Yeah, well, trip across the water there wasn't that hard, was it? What she said. Jamming Strat. Ahoy from Washington State. Thanks for the content. I always have your videos playing when I'm grinding out contracts. Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. Got the old videos are helping.
So that's what I've missed recently, with my phone being a dick. And yeah, just keep crashing because of the memory and that. I normally like, I think that's a bigger thing than I think recently. Like, with my pattern and routine and everything going to shit in the last few months, I think not having a phone, like, it's nice to just be able to click, yeah, something on YouTube that I'm just listening to in the background. That kind of keeps me busy. And then with the other half of my brain, now it's been distracted, I can like play this game or something. Yeah, since I've not really had my phone to dick around on, it's kind of, yeah, it's made my routine go all over the place. So what does this mission want? Oh yeah, it's this stupid one. Oh, they're pretty far apart. What was that? Sorry, Lake Paradise. How far are we? So let's go and get it done. Shit, help if I'm in the right gear. It's just like, oh, there's no way out, we'll just drive over the wall. He cannot be stopped by mere walls. These are trashed. Hey, Jamming Strat, I'm in Enum Claw. Or, sorry, Enum Claw. I might have just butchered the name of that. Scotty Chenoweth, hey Mr. Lone Wolf, how was your night? I'm going to watch a little of your stream, and then I'm going to watch a new season of Letterkenny. I've not heard of that. But yeah, I'm not doing too bad, cheers dude, how are you doing? Is this game not on PS4? Because I have Season 3 and I cannot find for the life of me bring it up. I cannot get this map. Yeah, well, it's definitely on PS4 because that's what I'm on. It should be, yeah, Season 3. Have you got, this map is called By the Lake. Have you got the Mountain Ridge one? Because what it might be, possibly, is you might have to go into the PlayStation store, type, say, SnowRunner Season 3 or whatever, just SnowRunner so it brings up that stuff, and scroll through. You might have to just click on it and click download. It's a bit of a pain in the arse, and it's a bit of faffing around. I don't know why the game... Well, it's not just the game, it's like the way the PlayStation store and everything works, really. So I wouldn't even say like it's specific to this game. That's the only thing I can think of. I don't know if it is that, but... yeah, Season 3 is like, that's like the each year, isn't it? So yes, this map is like part of Season 3. Phase 11. And yeah, the first map is called Mountain Ridge, and then this one is By the Lake. But yeah, it might you might just have to like go into the PS Store and click like download, and the chances are it's already like downloaded it as such. It's just, I don't know if it's something to do with like, maybe years ago some kid bought like a load of stuff on their dad's credit card kind of thing, like in the PlayStation Store. Obviously in theory, if you went on mine now, and funnily enough, I don't know if I clicked an option to make it this way or what, but mine used to quite often ask me to put all my card details back in each time like I bought anything. And I know recently it doesn't really ask me anymore. And obviously it doesn't really matter because no one else is going to be going on my PlayStation like that and buying the stuff. But yeah, say in theory if I had a kid and a kid just went on it and started buying a load of stuff, like in the theory behind it is like with each season that or phase or whatever that comes out, I'd have to go back on the PS Store, click download, and then like I say, I might have done some settings so it just stops asking me every time. But yeah, normally it'd then make me enter my card details, even though I've already paid for the DLC and I've already technically downloaded it, but it's just like, yeah, just a sort of, it just seems to be more like hurdles to jump to get the DLC, but yeah, I'm guessing someone probably racked up like, I remember hearing a kid, it wasn't with PlayStation, it was iPhones. Funnily enough, it'll be a game like that Crime City game I was on about. Yeah, where some kid racked up like, just bought £5 worth of stuff or whatever on some game, and obviously it just kept charging it to the dad's credit card or whatever. And he didn't realise until like the end of the month when he got a £5 bill for some game that his kid had been playing on. And yeah, I'd imagine something similar happened with PlayStation. Probably some kid went mad on like Fortnite. I was going to say, I'm sure I just drew some markers. I don't know where the hell they've gone. Scott, mate, I'll try that, thank you. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of if they're literally not even showing up on your game. I just know, because every now and then, each time each phase comes out, I sometimes forget myself, so I load the game up, go to click on it, and it's like, what the hell, and then I sort of remember. But yeah, each phase as well, I often get a couple of people asking me in the comments, like, sort of saying similar thing, like, you know, what's going on? I've got the season, but I can't find the maps. What's up, Nutter? Oh, cat's here. Got loads of things to fatten him up. Got about 8 different things to eat, haven't you? Trying to make it 9. What's up? This is the right way. This is the way we're going. Quite a few shortcuts tonight. Well, say shortcuts, technically. Distance-wise, shortcuts. I don't know about time-wise. They seem to be long cuts as far as time goes. Yeah, that was stalled for me. Good for you, Loaf. That's what I wanted to do anyway. Miso Trash, not sure where that is, lol. I'm at the bottom of the state by the Columbia River, about 30 miles from Portland, Oregon. Reaper 710, Wolf's Extreme Truck Delivery Company. It certainly is. Oh, not even reeling in anymore. It is, we guarantee delivery, we just don't know what state it'll be in when it gets there. There's Mr. Lone Wolf Deliveries. Will always get that, we know that much. That's what I mean, how does he know to float now? I really don't know how he knows. You can hear my cat. It's the kind of meowing he does. It's
Like some distress call, emergency meow. Another nice thing in the old life. Even the thick trees you can cut through. And of course, if you can steer. Scotty Chenoweth, it brings up Season 2 and 3 and a bunch of empty discs on download screen when I try it from in-game. Empty disc. I'm not too sure with that. Have you got, like, for a start, is it the disc version of the game, if that makes sense? Like, you actually have a physical copy? If you've gone on the in-game route, I'm not too sure. If you sort of go out of the game to the, you know, just like the main PlayStation menu, and then go into the PlayStation store that way, and yeah, you'll probably just have to type, like, SnowRunner into the bar. Go into, like, the search option. That's the way I'd give it a go. I'm not too sure with the, like, was it empty disk space or whatever? Empty disk on download screen, yeah, I'm not too sure with that one. Smoke82, Happy New Year. I appreciate it, dude. Happy New Year to you too. Which I suppose, well, for people in Australia, it's only a matter of hours away now, isn't it? So for 12 odd hours, Australia will be in a different year to the rest of us. They get like first dibs, they get to try it out. Because that's the thing as well, Mark Rose saying going to watch the fireworks from Holland. They kind of, obviously, I assume from what, 12, 1 o'clock or whatever, we'll see the Australian fireworks, and then it kind of sweeps all around the world. And I've always noticed though, like, say is it Los Angeles or something in California, whatever celebration they have, no matter how spectacular it might be, the vast majority of the world has already celebrated New Year's by then, and there's not really many people. Like, Australia's obviously going to have a lot of people are going to see their celebration because it's first, and yeah, Holland and that's still a bit ahead of us. We're probably like technically slap bang in the middle, being as we apparently invented time itself. And then yeah, I suppose like the was it the east coast of America, I've seen their celebrations quite a bit, but then yeah, I think Los Angeles, that sort of thing, is like, are they a good 8 hours behind? So you're only going to see them really if you're up at 8 in the morning. And obviously everyone, the general plan is to be pretty shit-faced by midnight, so the chances of anyone still being alive and conscious at 8 in the morning our time is yeah, slim to none. Well, I did actually order some Baileys the other week, like I said, on my shopping, just because I needed to, like, had to spend a certain amount to get it delivered just before Christmas, so there just happened to be some Baileys on offer, so I have actually got some alcohol. Yeah, and I've got that champagne in the fridge. And when I say champagne, like, yeah, I use the term loosely, like, it would probably be spelt sham, like it literally is the fake stuff. Yeah, I went somewhere with my brother, I can't even remember where, but it was like some warehouse place where there's loads of shops, and when they either damage stuff, or it's not even necessarily old stock, like it's going out of date or anything. It's just if they're not selling it in the shop anymore, and these are like pretty big chain supermarkets and all that sort of stuff, they send all their stuff to this shop, but you need to have like a membership card, like someone who works there, and then they can give a card out to a friend or something. And yeah, one of my brothers knew a guy who gave him a card, so we went there, and it's just like loads of ridiculously cheap stuff, and this champagne was one of them. I think it was £3 for the bottle,
And it was probably normally like a 20 quid bottle in the shops, but when everything gets sent to this warehouse, like, they probably then had, you know, just 4,000 bottles of champagne. I think you could buy up to like 10 or 20 per person. I just bought one at the last minute because it was near the till when we were taking the stuff in. And yeah, like I said, that must be a good decade ago. It's just the amount of money I've spent alone on refrigeration costs of keeping that champagne chilled for the last decade. It's probably more than the champagne's worth. And yeah, the amount of real estate it hogs in my fridge as well. Do you know, this is random, but I did see a funny video. It was a few months ago now, but it was on point because it's champagne. There was some woman doing some kind of like cam stream thing, you know what I mean? Yeah, and she ended up dildoing herself with a champagne bottle, and then all you could hear was a muffled and the yeah, she obviously rode the bottle a bit too hard, and the cork popped inside of her. Which I thought was pretty funny. It's more her face. It's like, oh shit. You know what that means. Good luck explaining that one to the doctors. So I always find stuff like that pretty funny. Yeah, there was a guy over here, I think it was a few years ago, some old man ended up having to go to hospital because he'd stuck like a World War I artillery shell up his arse or something and managed to get that stuck. And then they had to evacuate the hospital as well. Like, that's some shit. I don't know, like, I'd honestly consider, especially if I was old, just letting it go bang and no one would ever know. Like, would you really want to go to hospital with a World War I artillery shell stuck up your ass and then they have to evacuate the hospital? I'd have to move or something at that point. Could not live in the same, probably in the same country. It's definitely pretty crazy now though, when you think like you could do something. Probably if you just trip over or something pretty normal, it's probably not that crazy. But you know what I mean? Like, people can get caught on camera or recorded on camera, and it can live on the internet forever. Like some people that have got, I can't think of a good example. Well, there was the other week, pretty sort of sad and harsh in a way. There was some woman that, again, seems to be a theme, but she was playing with herself on a beach, and then some people rang the police, and the police turned up and they charged her for indecent exposure, even though they didn't see anything or whatever. And then, yeah, some newspaper did a freedom of information request, got the police report, and then did a news report on her getting caught playing with herself on the beach, and then she shot herself and killed herself. And you think that's the difference, like 30 years ago. It's extremely unlikely, even if it made the local papers, if that. But yeah, once it made, like, you know, the internet, and was like a main running story on probably YouTube and Facebook and all that. Yeah. Didn't go too well. Right. Which one do I want to do next? Deliver the boat. Deliver that to the boat parking lot. So does it not even care about the trailer? Not that that's good. But after all that, let's go and poach another vehicle. This will do. Big Bob. Don't we need the trailer though? Oh, it's already been cut loose. Already knew. I think I fell behind a bit on the comments. Got a channel with the map is there. It's just locked. If it's locked, I think if you play it, do you mean this one like by the lake is locked? Because I think you might need to. I don't know off the top of my head what missions it would be. There might not be any missions, but if you go on Mountain Ridge, which is like the first map in Phase 11, you should just have to. I think on this phase you've just got to drive over to the gateway and physically travel through it. It's like, for example, on mine, if I go over to, yeah, like Lake Covden and Mandra, I don't think I've got any missions to do, but I just have to physically go on Lake Coved and drive to the Amandra Gateway and travel to it, and then it will just, yeah, appear unlocked, which, to be honest, is a bit... It's one of those things that, strictly speaking, they should just... It's a bit like having to travel to, say, Russia to buy Russian vehicles, etc. They should just kind of patch that the maps are just unlocked. I suppose in some cases, like Phase 4, that Erska River and all that, I think you have to complete a few missions to unlock, was it Cosmodrome? But yeah, I'm pretty sure on this phase, and I think it's been the case for at least the last couple of phases, unless I'm mistaken, that yeah, the maps are just like available pretty much when you drive over to them. Ontario map is locked. I believe lights, camera, action maps, I think. Which one is Ontario? Was that the Duncan Bay and all that? Got the middle one point. Can still move, that was the Yar's problem. In fact, oh, it's spun around. So again, there's no yellow box showing up where I've got to take it to. I think it was roughly like this way, I'll at least get nearer, but... Yeah, I've kind of noticed that pretty consistently tonight, that it's not showing up. And again, I remember in some cases it wouldn't show up if you're really far away, but... I think that had to be like a bit of an extreme case. It seems to be doing it quite a lot tonight. Chris Morales, I believe. I hope I pronounced that right. Hello all. How's it going, dude? Old Loaf, all hail. Certainly is. Oh, we ain't got him with us at the minute. I can't drive. I do a Loaf because I'm wrecked on suspension. I'm not fuel. Let's find a Loaf ASAP, in fact. Miso Trash. Jamming Strat. Enumclaw is a bit northeast of Mount Rainier and Chinook Pass. If you have ever been to Crystal Mount Ski Resort, then you have driven through it. Sounds pretty nice wherever it is. It's along Crystal Mountain. Sounds like a Super Mario level or something as well. Yep, doesn't like having broken suspension. Scottish Channelworth? No, it's digital game, no disc. Yeah, so it's certainly like not going to be an issue then with a disc. It should all be downloadable. Yeah, that'd be my bet. It'd go like to the PS Store and type in SnowRunner and make sure you've got them all downloaded and do it that way. But if it's just showing like by the lake is locked, if you can get on Mountain Ridge, then yeah, that should just be like a case of travelling to the gateway. Right, instead of sitting here at 1 mile an hour, which way is the map rotated? And there is a loaf somewhere. This way. I hope it was. That's why I'm driving. Scottish Channel. I'm not sure how it works on PS, but on Xbox I have to go to the game store and look up SnowRunner game add-ons. Look for that add-on you're looking and either download it, or if you own it, or buy it and then download it. Yeah, which is basically like what it does. I bought Season 3, so as soon as the next phase comes out, I kind of automatically own it as such, and then the game generally, like each time they release a new phase, it just
does like an update for the game anyway. And then after I've done that, like I click on the game, then it says, oh, there's a new download available or whatever, so it starts downloading that. And then yeah, after I do all that, sometimes I click on the game, go into it, and then it's like, oh fuck. Yeah, forgot to like click download basically. And then I've got to go like quit the game, click download, reload the game back up. Yeah, just kind of like extra faffing around really. I don't know if it's just me, but the snow in particular tonight seems extra juicy on these maps. I was holding the AGL loaf up earlier. I can't remember which other truck got slowed down in it quite badly, and then this is not liking it too much either. Miso trashed champagne, yeah, exactly. It is more like that, whatever it's going to be. I think I'm kind of curious now just to try it to see how terrible it is. But like I say, the only glimmer of hope is that it was £3 where I got it from, but whatever shop they were selling it in before would have been more expensive. But it's quite a big bottle, so it's definitely, the price of it was like, yeah, if you're buying a tiny little shop, that's probably not bad. But for an entire giant champagne bottle, it's yeah, whatever's in there. It's not going to be anything too fancy. But yeah, like I did that champagne. I bought it because I was at that shop, but there was something. I can't remember what the hell it was. There was something that's like not anything amazing, but I was going to celebrate. And yeah, it's been that long since I was even supposed to celebrate that. I can't even remember what it was. Well, you never know, by the time I actually get around to opening it, no my luck, I'll pop the cork and then I'll see an article and it'll be like, oh yeah, there's a bottle of champagne worth $500,000. They were selling them for £3 back in the 2000s. So it still annoys me to this day, but when Trump ran in 2016, I said to people, and I pay a lot of attention to like a lot of that sort of shit, I was like, yeah, Trump's gonna win. And then it was around the time I got robbed as well, which kind of adds insult to injury. I remember hearing about it just before I got robbed, but after I got robbed, at some point I went on, you could put a bet on like if Trump was gonna win, and I saw the odds were 1,000 to 1, and I nearly put £100 on. But because I had just been robbed in particular, I kind of didn't have a lot of money at the time, so I didn't. But yeah, I said to people, everyone's like, yeah, you're crazy. I was like, yeah, Trump's going to win. And then he did. And if I'd put that £100 on, I would have won 100 grand. Which would have been pretty nice. Well, I got robbed, I believe I got robbed on Halloween. So I remember correctly, my bank card ran out that night. Also, yeah, I got robbed at like 8 PM and my bank card expired at midnight. So I just didn't even ring the bank in there, and I was like, fuck it, they've got 4 hours. If they can figure out the PIN in 4 hours, they can withdraw, God knows, not a lot. Yeah, and then my bank sent me a new card just because it had expired anyway. So that was quite nice, because I know it's as silly as it sounds, but that was one of the, like, getting robbed I was alright with as such. Not really, but you know what I mean. But then when it's like, oh, fucking what, I'm going to ring the bank, I'm going to be on hold for an hour, that's the kind of stuff that will piss me off. Yeah, but I didn't have to. And the annoying thing is I
I think my ID in that wallet and everything. And you know they would have just thrown the wallet somewhere in some bush or bin. It was like I don't even. You could have taken the bank card. More of a pain in the ass having to yeah, like replace my ID and everything. What the hell am I doing? Oh yeah, I just brought the car over here. So that's another mission done. So I'm gonna have to do this because it's kind of bothering me what a mad, chaotic mission it seems to be. First area. Alright, where's the nearest loaf? There's the next question. So they blend in like a snowy map, and they have vehicles in white. Got eyes like a hawk just to spot them. Oh, that is a loaf. Is he facing the right way? I think he is. North. I'm surprised there's not like a little compass along the top of the map. I've never really noticed until now. But you know, if there was some way of just seeing, like, at least you can double check you are facing north or whatever. Scottish Chenworth. I told Nathan Province, you mentioned his name and he was flattered. Wanted me to let you know he is a big fan of yours. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I've definitely, I've heard and seen a few of his videos. Again, it's only because I do SnowRunner videos that I kind of intentionally don't watch SnowRunner videos. But, yeah, other than that, I'm pretty sure Nathan pops up on my, what is it? It must be, you know, like, if I click on someone that, say, made a comment on my channel, I think it's that, and then it'll say, like, other channels that they watch, or it must be, there's something I can click on that says, like, other channels that people that are watching my channel watch, or something like that. And yeah, I'm sure Nathan Province is one of them. He's so trashed. That's how you make those travel bottles. What's that with, sorry? Is that the champagne? This one I've got is definitely not a travel bottle. This is a you're done travelling for the day bottle. To be honest, one of the things I'll enjoy the most is just simply popping the cork on it. It's always good fun. Don't fancy my chances on finding a cam girl to help me pop the cork. You were right, I have it downloading now. I was going about it the wrong way through the PlayStation Store in-game and not on PS4. Yeah, I'm not too sure about the... I'm trying to think of going on it in-game. I'm not even sure if I've tried before, but yeah, it's a bit of a bit of an odd one. It catches quite a few people out. Like I say, I often get asked it like at the beginning of when each phase comes out, because yeah, like, it's done it to me a few times where I'm like, what the hell? I've paid for it. Where's my goddamn content? But yeah, no, I'm glad it's worked. Scottish Chenworth, okay, have a great stream. I'm going to go catch my show. See you next time. Yeah, no worries, dude. I appreciate it, and enjoy your show. Jamming strat, for all those, for all the updating consoles have to do all the time, one would think every game you own would always be the latest and greatest version it can be. Yeah, exactly, because that's, as I was saying earlier, when I clicked on Black Ops 4, I wasn't even, like, specifically thinking, oh, I'll go and play that game. I just, as I was on my PlayStation, I think I just deleted a load of stuff off the memory and whatnot, and I just thought, yeah, I'll click on it, because if I ever do one day, and I do sometime, you know, if I click on Gran Turismo Sport or whatever, yeah, the one time you actually want to play it, it'll suddenly say, yeah, oh, version whatever available, added to downloads, and it's like, for Christ's sake, game, I've had you for the last 4 years. Could you not have downloaded it yourself at any point in the last 4 years? It's like, nope, we've got to do it. We've got to do it the minute you ask, the minute you want to play the game. That is when we're going to update it. I was going to say I didn't really have much of a run-up going for this one. Let's back it up live. Hang on. Might not need to. Cut up that way. I would like to though. That is a waste of time. Shit. I think I could steer. Nope. I think I did get over it once, but I can't remember. I think I did though. We're going to climb up and out here one way or another. That's what the life does. Me so trashed. I had a chance to buy a bunch of Bitcoin when it was $10. I said it was stupid and no one would buy this internet money. That only works on Silk Road. Did you know what as well? I don't even know if they had them for sale anymore. Years ago they had magazines for sale over it called like Nuts Magazine. It's kind of said like a lads magazine, but it certainly wasn't like a porno or anything. It was actually more handy because it was back when it had like a TV guide in there, but it was stuff that like, yeah, it'd list Top Gear and all the good stuff instead of like all the usual shit that a normal TV guide would. And yeah, it had like the newest cars coming out, fashion and that, which I didn't really care. It had loads of naked women, which helped. But again, I said like, you'd go and buy a porno if you wanted porn. But yeah, one thing it did say in there was this newfangled thing, yeah, called Bitcoin, and it was talking about a company that was selling Bitcoin miners that were like, yeah, these little computers that would apparently mine Bitcoin. And back when I was reading about it, and I remember saying to my brother about it as well, and it was a little bit afterwards, so I don't know exactly what the price was, but it was not far afterwards. Some guy had bought a pizza of some company, and he'd paid 30,000 Bitcoin, I believe it was, for this pizza. Because obviously at the time they must have been worth like a penny per Bitcoin or whatever. Yeah, and it was just like when, I suppose they just existed, but this pizza place, that's kind of why it was a bit of a story, that it was like, oh, finally, you know, there's a place that's actually accepting this currency. But this guy, yeah, spent 30,000. But I believe when I was reading about it, it had now become worth, I could be wrong, but I think, say it was around $1 per Bitcoin, because I think that's when they were kind of saying, oh, you know, this guy, if he had just waited, he would have had 30 grand's worth of Bitcoin, but he obviously, back when it was like worth practically nothing, he just spent 30,000 of them for a pizza. And yeah, it's one of those things. I said to my brother, I was like, I just mentioned it like, oh, there's this thing, Bitcoin, blah blah blah. I was like, it's a sort of internet currency. Didn't really know what the hell I was talking about either, but it was one of those things that I definitely mentioned. And yeah, obviously looking back now, it was like, goddamn. The only good way you can look at it as such, say if I bought Bitcoin even when it was $1 per Bitcoin, when it got to like $100 per Bitcoin or 1,000, like, at least there's some comfort in knowing that the chances of you having, say, £1 billion worth of Bitcoin now is only unlikely, because you would have cashed out, say, when it was worth $1 million, probably. But at the same time, the fact that, yeah, you would have read it when it was like, what, $10 or whatever, it's crazy to think you could literally be one of the richest people on the planet now from, like, Bitcoin probably is one of those where anyone on the planet, if you just bought 100 quid's worth or whatever at the right time, you could end up you could have ended up being one of the richest people on the planet. And yeah, in theory it was open to just about anyone, like, as long as, I suppose, yeah, you had access to a computer and that. And as well, the other one was Google. I wouldn't say, like, I'd heard about Google quite early, but I said this ages ago when I was in primary school. There's a mate of mine, and he'd only moved there like probably a year before or whatever. He hadn't been there since like we're all 4 years old. It was like some little village school, so we all knew each other pretty damn well. But yeah, he just knew his shit about computers, and we got a new computer room at the primary school. Oh yeah, shit, I'm still on this mission. Go to third area. I was just thinking to myself, why the hell is this taking a while? Yeah, and he brought up, like, I've seen it since where people write code and that, but there's like a black box screen thing he brought up on the computer. Was typing a load of stuff in, and I remember he said the word search engine, and then I was like, what the hell are you on about? And he was like, yeah, just type in all this shit, and I can't really remember what he was saying, but essentially what he did was, I believe, write like a very rudimentary script for like a search engine. Essentially Google, before Google existed. Like, that just didn't exist back then. Or certainly not, like, you know, you didn't just type it in or anything. It was back when people were saying, like, if you wanted a website, you kind of had to remember that website. Yeah, but the word search engine just stuck in my head because I just happen to like cars, so obviously the term engine, I was like, what the hell are you on about? But yeah, based off that, like, that gave me a pretty good heads up that, in theory, Google would be massive once that came out. And it's funny, because I remember watching a program, there's some posh hotel over here, I can't remember off the top of my head now what it's called, but all the rich, wealthy people go there, and like, I don't know, when they have various things going on here, like various royalty from other countries end up staying at this hotel. And they interviewed a man and a woman that was on there, and I believe the guy is the guy, or at least one of the partners, that invented Dell computers. So he's obviously like incredibly rich and all the rest of it. And then they're interviewing his wife, and she was just laughing along on that, and she's like, yeah, I like to treat him to this hotel or whatever. And they were sort of saying to her, so what's the deal then? Like, how did you make your money? Because obviously, like, she's sort of saying like she's got more money than her husband, which, yeah, if he's like the part owner of Dell computers, the interviewer's obviously like, what the hell have you done to have more money than your husband? And she basically just laughed and said, I invested early in Google. And yeah, so I'm guessing she invested quite a lot. But yeah, Google, Bitcoin, and Trump winning 2016 is 3 ways that I've definitely, I could have I could have been there. I just didn't, for various reasons. Well, like I say, Google's not really anything specific. I remember hearing Google when it was quite early, but I'd have said I probably heard about the actual company. Like, I could have made a decent amount of money on it, but not like, you know, to where people were investing 1,000 and were becoming like multi-millionaires and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, Bitcoin in particular, and like I say, the Trump one, just because I physically went, I remember going on my phone, I remember laying in bed and I went on my phone and looked at the gambling odds, and it was 1,000 to 1. But yeah, it's one of them. I almost think if I had put that money down, no, my luck, he wouldn't have won. It's just the way it would have gone. Really wanted to run that tree over for some reason. For a few seconds the steering was not kicking in. Chris Morales, loaf, certainly is, he's back. Putting in work. Miso Trash, new Google is an arm of the American military industrial complex. That sounds about right. I think they're, yeah, up to all sorts. Especially all this AI these days as well. Didn't some robot the other day, like, I don't know if it attacked like it was meaning to as such, but didn't it, I think one of the Tesla robots kind of fucked some guy up that worked there. But I don't think it was like just suddenly freaked out and was like, kill all humans. From the way it sounded, I think it was a robot that like packs stuff or something. But it must have just like grabbed this guy. I think it like had its metal arms like stuck into his back and arm or something. Sounded pretty messed up. But yeah, Google, some pretty shady stuff they're up to. I think most places are now. Like, that's to the point where I think if you were, say like even in the UK, if I thought, oh okay then, I'm going to run and become a politician to go against the others, I think you'd be gotten rid of before you even get to that height. Unless you're some kind of, like, they'll try and corrupt you, and if you're not corruptible, they'll just get rid of you. I especially think since Trump, they ain't going to want to make that mistake again. I bet one of them are kicking themselves. I bet one of them said in 2015, shall we just assassinate him? And then they were like, nah, it's fine, he'll never win. And then yeah, just to see the look on Hillary Clinton's face alone, it was worth it for that. It was pretty funny. But yeah, if I remember looking, I was going to put 100 quid on it, so I would have won 100 grand, but yeah, I've just been robbed as well. If I hadn't have been robbed, I pretty much guaranteed would have put at least 100 quid on. Probably more, but I would have more done like... I'm not really that into gambling as such, just because I always tend to find I always fucking lose. So, I don't know, like if I even just normal betting, if I put 20 quid on something and say you're gonna like either lose or win 40 quid back, it's like double or nothing. Even if I win 40 quid, kind of the anxiousness of like, oh shit, am I gonna just... I'd almost rather just lose my money. It's the waiting to see if I'm gonna lose or win. I almost don't like that more than... Like, yeah, losing 20 quid wouldn't bother me. Like, yeah, when it was my birthday at one point, I went to the casino, and I can't even remember if I made money or lost money that night. I think I actually made a little bit, but whatever it was like, you know, I'll go with 100 quid or whatever. It was like, I couldn't care less if I lose it or not. It was just a bonus that I happened to win a bit. But yeah, generally speaking, I'm just not a fan of gambling. I'm certainly not against it or anything. Although I think like they shouldn't peddle it as much as they do on like every other advert and all the rest of it. But yeah, just one of them things. I've just never been that fortunate with gambling. But say with Trump getting in, I kind of just had a feeling that he was going to get in. So that was more... There's obviously would be gambling, but a little bit of an educated gamble. Yeah, I bet a lot of places won't be doing 1,000 to 1 again. 8 grand, or at least whatever faffing around mission that was. It pays alright. Well, I don't really want to do that bridge, to be honest. I think we are just about done. Well, I might go back to Mountain Ridge, because I think there might be 1 or 2 still left on there, but other than that bridge, which, yeah, I kind of don't want to do. I think that is this map done. Let's go and have a quick look. Miso trashed. I think it ripped his arm off. Yeah, fucking hell. That is bad. Imagine that, just like a robot thing. Especially when you think like, yeah, I'm guessing if it didn't know he, you know, if it wasn't attacking him, it was just doing its robot-y thing, but it thought it was like picking something up when it was actually ripping his arm to pieces. So yeah, some pretty scary stuff. Plus, I saw something the other day as well with these little drones. They have like 3 grams of high explosives or whatever on them in some little shape charge, and it's got a facial recognition software. So essentially, you just program it. If it's to go, say, if it wanted to come and kill me, they'd give it a photo of me. I assume probably give it some hint, like where I am, instead of just release it in London and hope for the best. But yeah, once it finds you, it just like flies at your head, and then like quickly lands on your forehead, but then detonates and then fires. Well, it said it's got a little shaped charge on it, so I assume it does like how shaped charges do, and fires like a little jet of copper kind of into your head. And yeah. And then as well, I also saw earlier, it was a drone. Oh yeah, it was a jet-powered drone. And basically, long story short, there's not much of a difference now between like what used to be considered, say, like a sidewinder missile and a drone, because they're going to be jet-powered now, so it goes really quick. And yeah, it was kind of shaped like a missile, but it had slightly bigger wings on it. But essentially, if that's the way they're going with drones, they're going to be jet powered and all the rest of it, yeah, you're just going to get to the point, it's just a missile. But they're now just going to call them drones, not missiles. I wonder if that's some workaround. There'll be some kind of workaround in like the Geneva Convention or whatever. Well, they always ignore it when they want anyway. Didn't like a load of the old ammunition that they gave to Ukraine. I think some of that was cluster bombs, which I believe are outlawed until you got some old stock that you need to give away. Well, whenever in a tough spot there's a nearby vehicle, there's bound to be one somewhere. Seen one down there. Is there not one a bit closer? What is that? Oh, I did see a loaf chilling in the river. These are trashed. Trump is favoured to win, or is it favoured in your country? I certainly think if you ask most people if they think he'd win, I'd imagine more would say yes over here. But I don't know, you know what it's like with the sort of mainstream news. A lot of people who just haven't formed a rational opinion of their own just get fed to them by the mainstream news, so I don't know how many people that'd include over here. Yeah, it's one of them where, like I say, just the media kind of automatically is kind of going to make out he's the unpopular guy, even if they have it, you know, just undeniable proof that he's the most popular person ever, etc. It wouldn't matter, they'll just say, yep. Or, you know, like, just, yeah, they'll play it down as something else. But that being said, I think the average person, compared to, say, 4 years ago, yeah, when they were saying, like, he's the next Hitler and going to start World War III and all the rest of it, I think after 3 years of Biden being in, quite a lot of people are sort of like, yeah, do you know what? Orange Man wasn't so bad after all. I think a lot more people, once you actually live yeah, Although I will say, and this is it, kind of indirectly is in defence of Biden, but it's kind of not. But he's not actually as much of an idiot as it's made out. They're just... Yeah, he's like a throwaway candidate. They'll just do a load of bad shit whilst he's in charge, and then when they're done with him, it's probably coming up pretty soon, that's why they're already buttering it up, but they'll pin a load of stuff on Hunter, probably. Rope it in with Biden, and that's how they'll distance themselves from the stuff Biden did via the Democratic Party. They'll just say, oh yeah, he ended up being corrupt and senile and all the rest of it. So he will get thrown under the bus at some point. And again, it's not like to be in defence of him, I just mean it's a lot more corrupt than... Yeah, he's not actually... Well, he probably is a bit of a senile, kind of losing his marbles, but obviously the people running things behind the scenes are not. It was what I was trying to say to my mum the other month, is like, I thought when people don't realise the depth to which like a bunch of people, say government related, us all sit around in a room and plan like what we're going to do next, what's going to happen next, what angle are we going to say in the newspapers and all that. And you sort of think, oh no, you know, they don't actually get people sitting around doing that. And it's like, I was sort of saying, if you look on any given film and you have extras walking around in the background, it's like every single extra there has been dressed, say it, I don't know, just say it's a film set in the 1800s, like every single person's been dressed in some kind of like chimney sweeping look. And all the rest of it, it's like been planned down to every little detail. And that's just being an extra in the background of a film. So it's like, what do you think they're doing as far as like, you get to run the country and essentially run the world? Like, yeah, there's people behind the scenes planning every little detail of that. And when you look into it, like, follow the money in that, like, when they left Afghanistan and left all the weapons there, it obviously cost, like, say, the American taxpayers in that case a lot of money. But the military-industrial complex just got a shitload of new orders for all that stuff to be replaced. So, stuff like that, for example, looks like a complete idiotic move. And it is, unless you just so happen to be one of the people that own shares in various military-industrial complexes, like Raytheon and all the rest of it. Yeah, then you just made a shitload of money. With Biden pulling out of Afghanistan, but just, yeah, like, in general, they're just going to pin it all on him eventually. And he's just another, like, yeah, little puppet in the long line of puppets. But I think since people have lived, like, yeah, the recession and all the rest of it, prices of fuel going up. Funnily enough, it was just a funny text that I saw the other day, but some girl texted her dad saying she's worried about the price of fuel, and he texts back saying, yep, well that's what you voted for, you fucking idiot. And it was like, that's just his way of like, yep, tried to tell you. But all I'm saying is, like, I think it was planned regardless. Like, a lot of bad shit would be happening, whether it was Biden in or Hillary Clinton or whatever. But point being, Hillary wouldn't want some of the bad shit that Biden's had to do, she wouldn't want pinned on her record. And I think Biden's just kind of become a bit of a useful idiot. I think he's a bit, you know, a bit stupid. And yeah, they're just kind of using him as, you know, they'll butter him up, oh yeah, you'll be the president, you'll be the man. You know, he thinks he's beating up Corn Pop and all that, whatever his name is. Yeah, but in the scheme of things, they're just gonna... They'll railroad him. He'll get thrown under the bus. We'll see. That I would put money on. If I could go to the betting shops and they would take money on that. Yeah, I'd go and put 100 quid on that. But yeah, it's just... It's politics, been happening for a long old time. It goes a lot deeper than that. Oh no, was I supposed to activate the mission? I wanted to just drag the loaf all the way here, I think. Got here, loaded the loaf and was ready to drive off. Scout flatbed. Let's have a look. What sort of stuff are we talking about? I might make this the last mission. Tourist area, so that's where I am. Oh, it's really not that far away. What? Oh, it froze up halfway through. How many service spare? Did I just tip all them there? Not just. I just mean, did I crash at some point and throw them everywhere? Because yeah, there appears to be 2 here with the trailer. I've got a crane as well. It's all going pretty well. Oop, I'm in reverse. I've been carrying my judge with me. 410 shotgun revolver. Should be good for anti-drone. That sounds pretty good. Only thing I know is a 410... Is that like what Chopper had in Australia? I think he liked the... I'm sure it was a 410 shotgun. And yeah, sounds perfectly reasonable. I think that would make a pretty good anti-drone. But yeah, it's just pretty crazy that these days, when you think about it, like, you know, again, say back when, I don't know, like they were writing the Constitution over in America, or even just back, like, in the English, I don't know, we had various revolutions and civil wars and all the rest of it. Like, there was a point where governments and that were obviously strong, but they still essentially relied on, like, say, a bunch of knights running around in suits of armour and riding around on horses. And up until even, like, the First World War and Second World War, really, they were still kind of relying on brute force as far as, like, manpower and all the rest of it. But now we just are at the point where if the governments really wanted to be that, like, sneaky and just go full on, like, dictatorship, sort of just openly be that way, yeah, the amount of stuff they've got now is like, you're not really going to stand a chance. You think people like, oh yeah, I was saying about like Guy Fawkes, the guy on Bonfire Night, which, yeah, I think they think we're celebrating him failing, but I don't know. I think more of us are just like, yeah, at least he gave it a go. But yeah, I mean, between like just drones and they've got fighter jets and, you know, all sorts of good shit, you just, no one could reasonably stand a chance anymore. Like, if they want you gone, you are gone. It's a bit odd that it gave us like a scout trailer, but obviously you can't really get a crane with scouts. Good job, I've got a crane on this. But yeah, it's just a bit odd that they pair the mission that way, because you're going to have to bring a scout to attach the trailer, but bring a truck to load the cargo. Although at this angle, I'm not going to do it because it's just going to be much quicker using the crane. I might have to tip the trailer first though. Yeah, I could ram this cargo onto the trailer with the loaf, like, I have done it before. I even did it with an 8-slot trailer. Is it just me, or is the trailer being a twat? Go. Bit of off-road in life. Tip the old trailer. So he always has like a second go with climbing up the rocks. When he gets stopped the first time, he's like, hang on. Let me have a little wiggle.
We'll find a new way. It does seem like your Tory party is like our main Republican party. They say the left is going too far, but do it anyway. The new populace. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, it's one of them really with when they say right and left and all the rest of it. They sort of just... I don't know, like, say for example then, if you want to go back to when Trump was running and he was like a Republican, we had the Conservatives in, which, yeah, the Tories, and they were pretty much, say, against Trump, but the point being was like, just politically, even though they say left and right and all the rest of it, it was like, do you know what I mean? The usual suspects, they're all just told to be anti-Trump, so it didn't really matter. Like, in theory, our government should have got along great with Trump, because they're both, like, theoretically on the same side, but yeah, because it was Trump. If it had been, say, George Bush, though, I think it would have been, you know, they would have played along with it, because it's kind of like a pre-approved, yeah, he's got Bush as his last name. So I think it was one of them where they were just, everyone was going to be like, not wanting to work with Trump or whatever. And yeah, the idiots we got over here now, again, whether it's left or right, it doesn't really mean shit over here at the minute. Because they're just, yeah, they'll do the same kind of bullshit. Whatever things they're wanting to do, they'll kind of do anyway, whether it's Conservative or Labour or whatever these days. They just kind of, yeah, do the same bollocks they're always going to do. I mean, the guy in at the minute, none of us even voted for him. And I don't know how many Prime Ministers we've gone through in the last 4 or 5 years or whatever, but we've had quite a few. But one thing I will say to England's credit is we do moan like fuck when there's an idiot in there. At least until we just kind of guilt trip them into quitting. The problem we have is there's no one any good to take over afterwards. So we get rid of one moron, and then another one comes in. But yeah, I mean, as far as like if people vote different ways politically and all the rest of it, like, it's not even against those people or whatever. It's like, as far as the political parties go, yeah, it's all pretty damn corrupt. And like I've kind of said before, and I've done quite a lot of research into it and all the rest of it. Yeah, they kind of, I think they own every horse in the race, and then it doesn't really matter which side wins, because they'll just tell that horse to do this, that and everything else. And I do believe that is when Trump ran, they were kind of like, oh shit, that's a horse we don't own. And yeah, I think that's why they panic about it so much. Among other things. Yeah, I don't think they like the fact that he actually gets stuff done to where, like, governments, they're not here to solve anything. They're here, they create problems, and then they present themselves as the answer to those problems, so you'll vote for them. But then they never fix the problems. And a good example, because kind of when Trump was in, it sort of hit the reset button a bit, was like, he got a deal between Israel and Palestine, he got North and South Korea to chill out, there was like, he was pulling out of Syria, it was calming down in the Middle East, he managed to wangle it to where Saudi Arabia were basically renting the American army in Saudi Arabia, because Iran apparently launched a missile at one of their oil sites. And yeah, everything was going alright, and then obviously, let's be honest, it got fucking rigged. They got Joe Biden in, and then it's just saying, it's just back to the usual suspects. It's like, oh, the Taliban are back, oh, North Korea's back to testing missiles, Israel and Palestine are back at war. It's just the same, like, the, you know, like Hollywood remakes.
It's that sort of shit. They're not even inventive with it. They just go back to the same old shit. And then make a shitload of money off said problems. But yeah, it's like, it's not even a case of being like pro-Trump as such, although I do like him. It's just more that, yeah, the usual suspects are a bunch of corrupt, money-grabbing, useless bastards. And I wouldn't even mind that they're money-grabbing. If they did something of any use at any point, I'd kind of be like, yeah, fuck it, let them have millions. I don't really care. But yeah, they're, it's all, it's all by design. I know I sound like a crazy tin foil hat-wearing guy, but, well, what can I say? Those guys were right. Yeah, it's all been going on like that for a long, long while. And it ain't gonna stop anytime soon. And the crazy thing is, I used to think like, oh, imagine some kind of revolution or whatever, it'd be great. It's like, it wouldn't, because I actually think the majority of people need, like, a government in charge, even if it's a corrupt one. I think people need that, like, not everyone, but I think a lot of people need that kind of comfort of knowing that there's someone in charge, even if they end up being, like, bad people. I think a lot of people can essentially overlook that because they just wouldn't know what to do. Like, imagine if we all woke up tomorrow and there was just no government or anything and it was every man for themselves. That would freak a lot of people out. It wouldn't balance on the trailer, it never can. Right, stay. It's thinking about moving. Oh shit, don't remove cargo. Last thing I need. Oh god, cargo capacity, no it's not. It's a lies game. Of course, the trailer's gonna tip. See how the game makes the simplest little things a complete penny. Do you know what? It's a good metaphor for government. This is like, if you asked a company to build a road, they'd just build a road. If you ask government to build a road, they'll form a committee whilst eating lobster and pay themselves $500,000 to decide what colour the road should be. Have no concept of colours. Say the word fluorescent orange, then let it get tied up in litigation and red tape for about 18 years, spend another 8 million lying in their own pockets, and then yeah, and they won't even build the road. That's just the meeting to decide if they're building the road. So yeah, just for anyone who thinks like I'm, say, being anti-Joe Biden, it's like I'm anti practically every government on the planet. Just on principle that they're all fucking useless. I mean, it probably ain't going to be popular to say it. I'm not saying I'm a fan of his as such, but quite frankly, I've got more respect for someone like Putin. As far as running his country, I'm not saying I agree with everything he does, but yeah, of actually running his own country. He's one of the few that actually has some balls. And yeah, I don't get people like Zelensky. Why are we all sending money when he's a billionaire? When's he gonna dip his hand in his fucking pocket? Right, I don't know what I'm winching to. It ain't what I want to be winching to. But I'm gonna have to go through 50 million winch points. I think it's the trailer. It's like just wider than the trees. Life will prevail though. He's out. Is this? Oh yeah, good. I was going to say I don't want to go too much further with these. Right, takes a trailer. Which is fine, because I would have just released it into the wild anyway, so it didn't really make much difference. Well, victory horn achieved. There is no more there, I think. Is there a way to check? When you go down this list, it does remove the ones that you've done, I think. If they are here anywhere. In fact, fuck it, I'll just do press down on the D-pad and do it that way. So we've still got friendly help. Oh, the wooden bridge, but that's on by the lake. That's the one that. Yeah. So where's friendly whatever it was? It's on here somewhere. It's not very friendly to my eyeballs. A bit nearer. Where's that truck? Something in the life. I try to be as independent as possible. Hunt for food, make ammo and black powder, patch my own clothes, fix my cars, I can camp in the winter. No government is a dream for me, but not for most. Yeah, exactly. And I'm certainly, I wouldn't say I'm as brushed up on, like, I think I could go camping in winter, but I wouldn't do amazingly well. But yeah, I don't think I'm, like, if everything vanished and it was every man for himself tomorrow, I think I'd survive a reasonable amount of time. I think I'd do better than most. But yeah, I certainly, in the scheme of things, I would like to have a bit of a, not full-on prepper mode, but at the same time, I'm not like the preppers, people who take the piss out of them. It's like, yeah, they got it more right than most people. They're lapping their cock off when COVID hit, and they're just sat on like 2 years worth of food and they don't have to go out or anything. But yeah, a few of those things I do need to brush up on. But generally speaking, I would love it as well if tomorrow it was just like, oh, there's no government. It'd obviously be hectic at first, but then that's the good thing, is like all the bad people would get shot or otherwise killed pretty quick. Because let's be honest, a lot of bad people that are alive today are only alive because governments will punish good people for, I mean, not just arbitrarily getting rid of bad people, like, but you know what I mean? The general consensus over here is like, if someone breaks into your house, it's like, oh god, am I going to get in trouble if I beat them up or stab them or do something to them? And yeah, if there was no government, the next person that breaks into people's house tomorrow is like, well, I'm just going to go and kill that person. The job's going to, I still say, that's why I think the Wild West was so good. Because everyone just shot the bad people. Until there wasn't many left. But now, because we haven't got, like... Well, yeah, I've said it as well, health and safety has ruined a lot of things. Like, there's a lot of stupid people that are still alive that should be dead. But, you know, like a warning label on a packet of peanuts that said may contain nuts saved them. And then now we just live in a world with a lot of stupid people. And yeah, I think a lot of them seem to become members of government. But yeah, I would love it, like, even if there was just somewhere in the world you could go that was kind of like how it was 100, 200 years ago, I would love to have been on the boat that was going over to America, for example. And again, excuse me, I can sit here and say now, it's like, say, camping in the winter, or, again, knowing how to hunt, I'd know the basics, but I wouldn't say I'm amazing at it. But I'd also say, on any given day, at the minute, I don't live in that kind of world, and that's not to brush it off as like an excuse. I'm just saying, if I wanted to, you know, if I focused on it and thought, right, over the next year I'm going to learn how to hunt, how to make my own clothes, do all of that. Excuse me. Yeah, I think I could become good at it, if you know what I mean. So I at least think, yeah. Well, that really, like, I don't think I'd be terrible at it now. I certainly wouldn't just stand there going, I don't know what to do. But yeah, at the same time, I'm not trying to make out like I'm ready in like Bear Grylls mode. Like, it would, it'd be some life change for me. But yeah, as long as, they always say, if there's gonna be some kind of crazy disaster like that, in the first week or two, there's gonna be like 90% of people are gonna die. Because there's going to be like lack of food and water and all the rest of it. And that's the bit you got to survive, because when there's every, 9 out of 10 people are running around starving or whatever, it's going to get pretty serious. But once all of those people have died off, and it's just down, well, then you've got like stage 2, which is now everyone left is like Johnny fucking Rockard that, yeah, knows how to catch a rabbit and make a Tommy gun out of it or something. But they also might be fairer people, because they can keep themselves alive. They might not need to hunt you. So that's also good. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of them. Even if I died, then so be it, but it'd be pretty exciting. Oh, that's just a repair station. See any yellow square on the map again? Oh shoot, that's just one way there. Oh yeah, I've seen that truck sat there for a while actually. So I may as well follow the road, go over the bridge. Preppers only need to be right once. Yeah, exactly. Like I say, I put it this way again. If I say, won the lottery, had millions or whatever, to where it was just like you can throw money at the thing to solve it instantly anyway. Yeah, this time tomorrow, I'd want some kind of like underground bunker that'd be full of food, because why not? To be honest, I'm the sort of person, if I had a bunker and a load of food in there, I'd probably just go and live in there anyway, even if there wasn't a disaster. Just assume. Well, there might have been. I always find it funny that there were some people in Russia living in like northern Siberia or whatever, and yeah, someone spoke to them in, I can't remember, it was like the 80s or 90s or whatever it was, but they didn't even realise that World War II had happened. Like, they had absolutely no idea, but they did. I'm sure it was them where they said like, oh yeah, I remember, like in the 40s, we did hear some loud explosions in the distance, and it was like, yeah, it was just an entire war that happened. And I kind of find it funny as well. I can't remember if I've said it before, but when I know I was talking about that Tsar bomber the other week, like the nuke that the Russians set off that was like 50 megatons, whatever. It had the same power as every normal explosive that went off in World War II. That nuke had like the same energy as every explosive set off in World War II times 6 or something. But the thing that made me laugh when I remember hearing about it was, oh yeah, shit, I'm supposed to use this bridge back here. There was some tribe, or I think there was a few tribes actually, somewhere in like Alaska, or like northern Siberia, somewhere around that kind of neck of the woods. And they all converted their religion to some other religion. And it just so happened to be then, like, a matter of weeks or months later or whatever, Russia set off that Tsar bomber. And yeah, the mushroom cloud and all the rest of it was like 60 kilometers high or something ridiculous. But yeah, like 1,000 miles away, these tribes just saw this big light in the distance, which was like the nuke going off, and they all converted back to the other religion, because they all thought that it was a sign from the gods that, yeah, they were like gonna get punished for changing religion. And I just, yeah, something like that, pretty funny. Like, there's entire tribes of people that converted back just by chance. It turned out to be like Russians testing a nuclear bomb. But yeah, living in the middle of nowhere would be great. And that's what I think these days, governments don't want people to figure out. Like, you think about it, if the government basically said, right, you can either carry on with us, where we just tax you 50 million times over, like, we'll tax your wages, then we'll tax the stuff you buy, then we'll tax your house, then we'll tax your life, and then when you die we'll tax that, then we'll tax your funeral, and all the rest of it. Or, the government said, or we'll sod off, you can keep all of your money, and it's like, okay, what's the bad part? And it's like, you'll have to get rid of your own rubbish. Like, okay, cool, what else? Yeah, you'll have to defend your home from criminals. It's like, oh, what, you mean I can actually defend my home from criminals? I don't have to wait 4 days for you useless fuckers to turn up. And then you'll probably reward the criminal with some kind of fucking compensation scheme because I upset him whilst he was breaking in. Yeah, like, I can't think of anything good. If the government vanished tomorrow, it'd be like, fucking great. Have the time of my life. And I'm not even, like, gonna do anything bad. Just be like, yes. Again, it'd be a peace of mind knowing good. Some little cretin tries to break into my house. I'm gonna go all out on them. And there's not gonna be some annoying, yeah, government that's gonna randomly try and defend the robbing bastards, which seems to be the way it is these days. 420, 4,200. Wonder if that was on purpose. Thanks a bunch. Again, why did they make the writing so small? I know you are swamped with work too. I hope you make good use of this repair trailer. Oh, so you get to keep that. How much are they worth these days? Do you know what, I'm going to leave the trailer here. Since it's got repair points, there's no point in towing it back to here. But I do want to see what the trailer's worth, just out of curiosity. I was going to say, anytime you want to steer. Oh, that was close. Oh yeah, I was going to say, I was like, geez, quite how many trailers can he have? But it's the AGL version, isn't it? 4,300. So I mean, really, you're talking about like 8.5 grand you get for that mission if you want to cash the trailer in as well. It's goddamn horse. Me so trashed. I think I saw a video with some kid that was walking into people's houses for a laugh in London. Here he would have been shot. Yeah, exactly. And he should have been shot in London as well. Like, yeah, that sort of shit is like, I just think, because the way I see it, I don't want to sound all like harsh and chaotic, like, oh, I'd love to, it's not like I'm gagging to kill someone that tries to rob me or something. I'd much rather it never happens again. I just, the fact that, yeah, people can possibly get done for defending their own home and all that is pretty ridiculous. And yeah, these days I don't even really see what benefit having a government even, They should be like a very small entity that just runs the very bare essentials, and other than that, yeah, they should just mind their own business. Like, as far as people go, like, good people, if the rule was just suddenly they said tomorrow, yeah, fuck it, if someone breaks into your house, you can do what the hell you want to them, you can kidnap them, tie them up and torture them if you want. It's just, the advice would be don't go breaking into people's homes. Yeah, good people, like, I'm not going to turn into some Jekyll and Hyde monster tomorrow if that became the law. Nothing will change in my life other than, like, yeah, cool, if someone ever breaks in, I know I can respond to the issue without the risk of, like, thinking, oh, I can have a knife near my bed, but I've got to have a piece of cake there, so it looks like I was cutting a piece of cake, so it's not a premeditated, it's just all a load of, like, yeah, bullshit. And again, good people are good people. It's the same with, like, guns in America and over here, but again, a lot of people think guns are just banned here. So, we don't talk about them much because, for the most part, a lot of people don't have guns. I'm not trying to say, look, with some, like, we pretend we're not allowed guns, but we've all got them. A lot more people have got guns here than you'd think. But yeah, a lot of people just think they're illegal here anyway, so it never really gets into a gun debate thing. But yeah, if every person had a gun, eventually all the good people would shoot the bad people. It just, given enough time, I do think there's more good people than bad people, and the bad people would get taught a rightful lesson. And using America as an example, because you've got like the 50 states, some have various, like, you know, more relaxed gun laws and some have really strict gun laws. It pretty much, to the letter, everywhere that has lots of guns has very low crime, and everywhere where guns are illegal has a lot of crime. So that kind of tells you everything you need to know, really. And like I say, yeah, I know inherently that I'm a good person, and I could own anything. As I could own a tank. I'm not suddenly going to go crazy and start running people over with a tank. Like, good people can have a lot of dangerous stuff, and it wouldn't affect anyone. I can agree, like, in America, I know, well, I think everyone should be allowed machine guns, but I get why they ban them, and I'm not saying I agree with it, but do you know what I mean? In the scheme of things, it's like, then you could go one step up and say, right, everyone should be able to have, like, a mini tactical nuke. And good people could own tactical nukes, but they only take one bad person to get a tactical nuke, and then shit's kicking off. So I can see where they have to draw the line at some point, just even though good people shouldn't be denied access to, say, a machine gun. In the scheme of things, it's probably just easier if everyone just goes, right, fuck it, I'll be fine with a semi-auto, and at least some crazy lunatic can't now just go and get a fully automatic. But in the scheme of things, yeah, I think you could do a lot of damage with, like, a pistol and all sorts, so I don't think it really matters all that much. But yeah, in general, I think good people good people don't do bad things, so we don't need a million different laws against us. Goran B, is there a release date for a new season? I'm not sure. From what I've heard, if I remember correctly, the Expeditions, which is a different game, but it's similar, I believe that's March the 24th. So then I believe they would like to get Season 12 out. You're probably talking like a good month before that. Because from what I've heard, they kind of don't want both of them to coincide. So I'm assuming they're going to want to get Season 12 out before they all kind of move on to Expeditions. So yeah, I'm thinking like the end of January to the end of February, somewhere around there. But they never put an exact date. Although I think it depends to a degree, like on the PTS server, if there's a lot of bugs or whatever, there's a lot of stuff to iron out, it takes them a little while. The last season though, phase, this one flew through PTS pretty quick, and from what I've heard as well, things are apparently going pretty well with Season 12 in PTS as well, so it probably won't take that long, so we might, yeah, a gut feeling we probably might be talking nearer like the end of January to the end of February. That's where I'd ballpark it, somewhere around there. Goran B, a donation. $10. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks a lot. I'll add it to the fun. Like I say, I might end up either putting it towards, well, if they're going to do a season 4, I'll probably either put it towards that or this expeditions game. I need to go and have a look at what's happening with that as well. Let's celebrate their 5th super on a live stream. Have you done them before? Do you know what? I'm going to have to look through, because I've got a feeling it doesn't bring them all up. So I appreciate the donation, dude. It's just the fact that it said there, your 5th one. Yeah, I need to look. I don't know if there's a way to look, but I'm not sure. I think some people may have donated and I've not seen it. J-War, hell yeah. Go back to the Wild West mentality. Again, all I know is, or you know, like the film The Purge, I just kind of think, again, I know me as a person, that I'm inherently, I feel bad if I fuck anyone else over. So I know I'm safe in that sense. Like, if it came to a vote where everyone said, right, shall we have a yearly purge, I'd be like, yeah, hell yeah. Because I wouldn't be worried on the night that the purge is happening. No one's going to be coming to my house, because I've not fucked anyone over, I've not pissed anyone off. So it'd be a nice peaceful night for me. But people who are bad people, that'd be the sort of night they'd start sweating over, and it's like, yes, you should sweat. Because that's the night good people can finally get their own back on you. I'm going to have to go and jump something off White Valley. It's the last time I'm going to do it in 2023. J-War, guns don't kill, people do. Yeah, exactly. You just get a gun, it's just sitting there on a table. It's not doing anything to anyone. And again, it's weird having a law to ban guns, because then it's like, well, if someone's going to murder someone, yeah, they're not going to give a shit if the gun's legal or illegal. So it's the same case over here. Like, there's any self-respecting gang, so to speak, they're going to have guns. And yeah, that's it. Like, there's guns are all over the place. Certainly on, like, the black market, so to speak. It doesn't really make much difference whether it's legal or not. It isn't like, aren't guns illegal in Mexico? And they've got shitloads of them. And they're not exactly, I don't think they're exactly buying them from America and importing them into Mexico. They'll be getting them from all over, obviously. But yeah, that's just as an example. Like, oh, we don't want this gearbox. In fact, nothing against that truck, but I don't really want that one. Oh, it's going to have some good speed. Do you know what this might? Because it's got massive tyres. Is it? Oh no, not. I want the AGL version. That's the one. Me so trashed. You are not a slave if you can speak your mind, own property, and defend yourself / property. Yeah, exactly. And on that basis, well, I'd say it leans towards slave, really. You can speak your mind to a degree, but you know what I mean. There's certain things you can't speak your mind on. Own property. You can, but, and I believe this is, they're going to have some form or another in America and all over the place as well. If I own a property, I've still got to pay like council rates over here, which essentially is just a scam, because they essentially charge you a load of money and then just say, yeah, we'll empty your bins once a fortnight or whatever. Which again, if the option was, should we get rid of government, you can keep all your own money, but you have to empty your own bins, like, great. Like, yeah, I'll save hundreds a month to do that myself. That sounds pretty easy. And then, yeah, defend your property. Again, it's one of them grey area things where you sort of can. I mean, there is a bit like, I remember a year or two ago, there was someone broke into someone's house and the owner of the house ended up stabbing them with a screwdriver and it killed them. And they got arrested by the police and the public were kicking off, which I agree with, like the public kicking off. But I also get why they arrested him, even though if it was me, I'd certainly be pissed off as well. And all the rest, it's like, you know, someone's just broken into my house and I've had to kill them, and then now I'm getting arrested. But it's kind of like, in that situation, you think, in the police's defence, they don't know that you didn't invite that person in, stab them in your kitchen, and then just ring the police and say, oh, they broke in. So it's like, they have to arrest you and do a little bit of, like, looking into it. But yeah, the police is never really used for that these days. If you say, like, the wrong amount of genders or something, they'll probably come around and kick your door in. But I imagine if someone's breaking in now and trying to kill me and I rang the police, I've got more chance of Superman and Batman both turning up in Noddy's car than I have of the police turning up in any kind of reasonable time to do anything. And even if they did turn up, they'd probably go, oh shit, the robber has a knife. Now we've got to call a health and safety specialist and have a check of the area, and yeah, it'd be a waste of time. Like, when I got robbed with, like, there were 2 people broke into my house, I didn't even ring the police, didn't even entertain the idea of it. It was like, fuck that. Because all they're going to do is be like, yeah, we'll come round anywhere from 5 hours to 5 years time, so wait for us. And then, yeah, they'll probably end up being like, you know, like I said, that those bottles of absinthe I've got, they were on my shelf at the time. They'd probably end up coming in and being like, well, anyway, oh, we've just looked, yeah, there's a new rule, you're only allowed 90% alcohol. This one's 93, so you're under arrest. I'd end up getting arrested for having, like, absinthe on the shelf or something stupid. And they wouldn't even end up solving the crime anyway. By the way, this vehicle was not not the rapid vehicle I was hoping for. But hang on, I might have not put the right gearbox in. Does it have zoom zoom? Oh yes. AGL, you beast. He knew. There is good news. J-War, Scandinavia just came out, didn't it? Is that the latest phase? If so, I believe, yeah, for, like, on the PTS server, so for people on PC, it's already here, but yeah, for us on console, we've got to wait until that one's done. Oh wait, J-War, North Carolina is next map on PTS still. I wasn't even looking at them, seemed to do some fat jump. What, I just call them, like, phases, I can't... Oh, Scandinavia, yeah, so this is phase 11 then. Scandinavia just came out, didn't it? I suppose it's not been out that long, but it probably... What are we on? End of December? Yeah. It's probably been a good 2 months already. I'm pretty sure it came out, like... Wasn't it near a Halloween? And then, oh yeah, that is the last phase we've got at the minute. So yeah, North Carolina, is that the next phase then? Phase 12? Or South, can't remember. Yeah, I wouldn't have a clue either. I don't really remember them as far as like the regions they are and all the rest of it, except probably, I was going to say the first map, yeah, Michigan and all that. Waiting for Expedition to come out. Yeah, same here, it'll certainly be an interesting one. I did nearly, actually, I need to watch the video on that. I did nearly see it earlier, but then YouTube crashed and I didn't load it back up. Well, I did, but the video didn't. It just loaded like a different set of videos up. I'm second generation Polish American. I take my freedom very seriously. Yeah, exactly, and you should. Everyone should. Well, that went terribly wrong. I think, yeah, I mean, even like, for example, when they had the COVID thing and they said to everyone, right, we're in a lockdown. I'm perfectly happy as a hermit, staying at home. But as soon as they said we couldn't go out, was when something within me is like, right, well, I'm going out. And it's not even to... I don't know. Yeah, it's certainly not like a thinking you're cool or anything like that. It's just like... there is something within me that is just anti-authority. But I don't need any authority over me. Because I'm perfectly, like... I like being law-abiding and nice and everything. As soon as, yeah, government's like, you can't do that, it's like, you what? And especially considering they do fucking everything. And there's rarely a private citizen on the planet that is as corrupt as any given government in general. That's pretty fair to say. I mean, even you think of people like, what was it, that Bernie Madoff guy? His name was literally Madoff. Yeah, he's obviously a biggie in the world of like scams and all the rest of it, and yet that is a drop in the ocean compared to what any government does on any given day. It's always like, I always think of that film Lord of War with Nicolas Cage, where he's obviously saying like he's an arms dealer, but the biggest arms dealer on the planet is the American government. And it was like, yeah, it's a pretty good point. And that's not even specifically anti them, it's like, yeah, well, good for them. If you make some shit and sell it, why not? But it just does bring the point up that governments operate on scales that normal people just don't even get close to. That's it. They pretty well actually drift around. Nice. Normally dig in and roll at that point. Carl Ross 2. Season 11 was mid-October, and I've heard mid-January to early February for Season 12. Yeah, fair enough, so that sounds... yeah, I was just going on pure guesswork. Yeah, mid-October. To be fair, as Season flew by, it doesn't feel like it's been out since mid-October. I just remember... originally thinking it was going to be nearer my birthday, and then I just remember thinking like it was, say, roughly a month odd before. Yeah, so it's actually been out like 2.5 months then, really. Which, yeah, that's longer than I thought. That's what she said. Yeah, I got it. Well, I'm going to go and do one more jump. I just need one vehicle to go flying down here. This one's not... it's not doing it. Where's my twice twins there? That one always goes flying. Here it is. Just check it's got the fattest engine. It's got chained on. Oh, good. It needs to trash. Looks like you may need to wash oil off some birds in your landing area. That's true. Get them all greased up, they like it. Like a blanket for them. Keeps them warm in the winter. Sure, funnily enough though, speaking of like, we were just talking about governments and all the rest of it, that's one of the only times, like, you know, if a big oil company, for example, like, I suppose the Exxon spillage and all that, like, that's, government should be there to crack down on some, like, massive corporation that's just taking the piss. That's the time, like, as I've said before, say in gaming, you know, companies either release games but they never really fix them because they can just get away with selling them in a broken state, or like loot boxes and all that. That's when government should get involved and be like, yeah, no, you're giving all that shit away now. For even trying loot boxes, we're now just gonna legally make you give everything away in that game for free. That's the kind of shit where they should get involved. Everything else, yeah, in general, they should just mind their own business and let people get on. Let people get on with their lives. Seems pretty reasonable to me. And like I say, other than that, it's like, have your big Bond villain castles and all the rest of it. I really don't care if they go floating around on yachts and private jets and all the rest of it. It's like, it really doesn't bother me anyway. It's kind of like, cool, well, yeah, I don't really need it. But it's the fact they live like Bond villains and then are a bunch of pricks on top of it. If they were just nice, if they were like a nice Bond villain, they can have their volcano mansion, I don't even care.
drifting again. Just missed the pole. It's close. We missed it though. A bit more pogo action. That's not too good, that one. Maybe it takes wheels though. We could drive out of here. It could actually turn itself around as well, so you've got to respect it for that. Miso Trash, $20 donation. I appreciate it, dude. Yeah, thanks a lot. Good chat, buddy. Happy New Year's. Yeah, thank you. Happy New Year's to you too. Still pretty crazy that it's, yeah, the last day. Right, I'll do one more jump and then I will call it a day. I know I always say that, but I am actually. I will try and make this one the last one. Which is good, whilst I'm rambling, talking bollocks for the last few minutes of the stream. If this gets up here, that's actually pretty decent because it's a bit awkward climbing up here. The twin stair. There's a bit of a long belly to get beached. I'm gonna grab something. The fact that it even got up to here though is actually pretty respectable. I've been up here quite a lot in many vehicles, and it's pretty easy up until it is climbing over those last rocks is usually the awkward bit. This is twice twin steering it. I was just thinking, I wonder if it has the zoom gearbox, but nailed it. Believe it or not, that is actually what I wanted to do. Oh, I didn't want to damage my suspension though. I didn't want to do that part. Ah, bollocks. After all that, I have to bloody recover it. It's just the quickest option. Right, one more flight for good measure. Be the last flight of 2023. What I'm saying, hang on. It is the last flight of 2023. But if that's the case, I'm getting a goddamn horse on the vehicle. Got to sign off in style. Where is one? Bound to have one somewhere. There he is. 2,100. That's an absolute bargain. Need a crane. Let's go on a right angle. Just one last thing. Drive into the wheels. If not, I'll get a crane. I know these things for science, though. Oh, it was nearly up until the fucking twin stair started driving forwards. Now it's just off on its own. Okay, we'll get a crane. Has this got a crane? It'll do. Carl Ross too. I was just thinking you should have a loaf on there. Happy New Year, exactly. It'd be rude not to. He's earned his place. 2024, it'll be another year that the loaf has to keep his 100% rescue record. Which I have no doubt he will. I mean, credit where it's due though, Loaf's done pretty well because this game is coming at 4 years, so it's not like he's just survived 10 rescues and gets to have that record. He has got about 700 or 800 videos on YouTube of him pulling off some pretty good stuff. What I saw the other day as well, it just come up on my YouTube, was like, it was on them shorts things. And there was a girl on there, and I can't remember what the video was. It wasn't even anything in particular, she was just wearing like tight yoga pant type things. And she had about 4 videos and has got like 500,000 subscribers.
and hasn't even done anything. Just is wearing wearing something that makes her ass look good. And again, I'm not hating, it's like fair play, but like how if I had an ass like that, I'd probably have to go that route as well. You make 4 videos of nothing and get 500,000 subscribers. Loaf needs to put some yoga pants on. He could easily hit 1 million. Right, he's on. He's facing backwards, but might need to eject. It's like trash. The ladies like a good twin stair, long and powerful. They certainly do. It helps. There's a loaf on there as well. Pads out the edges. It's a nice little drift on the go. Shit, I was gonna say. More gears going. Why did we almost stop them? I think, yeah, AGL Zoom gearbox is still the better one. But Fox did make, yeah, the Roadrunner, and that thing was an absolute beast at jumping off there. Well, it worked out. We did a flip. The truck starts. Oh, yeah, can't reach that low. Assuming this still works though. Like, although this is the twice twin steer, this is what the normal twin steer does as well, which is yeah, very handy. You can actually kind of tiptoe your way to. To be honest, this is kind of the main island that it came in handy for. I haven't really used it in too many other locations. I think there's 1 or 2 maps where I've done it like messing around, just cutting through a lake, but it was like I could drive around anyway, so it wasn't the most useful thing. The funny thing and nice thing is you can see that I can actually still steer, even though clearly the front wheels are nowhere near touching the ground. Right, I will call it a day. I just wanted to get to the island just to see if it was still doable. But yeah, the last jump went pretty well. We pogoed it. So when you get over to the island, you can still get up here. Got my hammer. Oh yeah, it's the other map where I've got flying Hummers all over the place. I was just going to say, like, where the hell? I had a Hummer smashed into those rocks. I've got one over here somewhere. There's one buried in that cliff face. And then I think I've got one over here, but that's on my normal playthrough. Right, I will call it a day there. Yeah, cheers everyone for popping in. Happy New Year to everyone, as it'll... what is it? It's just gone 7:05 here now. So what we got? Another 5, 12, 17 hours or something, and it'll be New Year here. But yeah, for everyone all around the world, it'll be obviously happening at different times. But yeah, I appreciate everyone popping in. I'll, again, in theory, I should hopefully, I do feel like I'm kind of settling back now. The Christmas, I kind of, yeah, went to shit just because it was Christmas. I went around with my parents, had Christmas dinner and all the rest of it, but yeah, my routine was all over the place this last week. But yeah, I want to get the rest of the videos done on this phase before the next phase comes out, so that is my plan. Jay War, you too, to everyone, Happy New Year. Yeah, same to you, dude. Yeah, everyone enjoy your night or day, evening, whatever it is you get up to for New Year. Get yourself a loaf, of course, because it's goddamn professional. And I'll be back soon. And again, thanks to everyone for the donations. I really do appreciate it, and I will put it towards something useful. Yeah, see you later, everyone.